Save me from the online standard queues by telling me how bad my commander life choices are. Skinny, why are you in the online standard queues, brother? My baby boy, what's going on? What's up, Alec? How you doing? I have built a bracket 1 deck based on the 7 deadly sins. So is it 6 that suck and then 1 card that's supposed to be Escanor and it just wins you the game? Doodles, I'm gonna be dropping a TikTok about this later. Truly, truly. Oh, hold on. Before we do any of this, the vamp clock has to start. Before we talk about any of this, I just want to make sure that I'm live on all the platforms, which it looks like I am. Okay. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Good news to all the goons. If you use code MALD at Cool Stuff Inc., you can still get your Maldhound Spirit token. That is true. What's up, Lawgiver? Okay. um, we're gonna do the manual ad break, and then we are going to put 5 minutes on the vamp clock, and then the people we are looking for today is Glass Geo, Ricky Bean, Skinny, and Emperor Tromidlov Droll May. I believe that's the correct pronunciation. They gave me a pronunciation guide that I think I'm still fucking up, but Emperor Tromidlov Droll May. And then we're going to get into it. So I see Skinny. I haven't seen Glass Geo. We're live on YouTube right now. According to my YouTube Studio app, there are 24 entire people watching the stream on YouTube. I'm doing good. Could you tell me again for when you have my roast scheduled? Currently you are scheduled for the 28th, but if we can move, that would actually be better for me. We can either do the 23rd, the 25th, or the 30th. If you can move. If you can't, we can figure it out. Nephris, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home for the 7th month, my friend. Entario, yeah, I stopped using the platform I was using, and now I just have an OBS plugin that I use for it. Okay, anyway. 3-minute ad break, 5 minutes on the vamp clock. Vax, we can probably fit you in today. That's my bad, Goat. I thought we had rescheduled you. Because there was a day where I was expecting you in stream and then didn't see you, and so I think I just miscommunicated about what day your reschedule was for. All right, 3-minute ad break, 5 minutes on the vamp clock. The first question we are answering today is, how do I feel about the Commander's rules change? This is the one that was announced at MagicCon Vegas about you can have vehicles and spacecraft, which is a new card type coming out in Edge of Eternities, as your commander. Truly, it does not matter. It could not matter less. There is like 1 or 2 cute things you are now allowed to do. I am very happy for that. Let me put you on how it's going to matter. It's going to matter when, in 3 to 9 months, they announce a Universes Beyond for Star Trek, Cars, or motherfucking Hot Wheels. Then we can look back on this rules change and go, oh, okay. Like, there's probably going to be some cool spacecraft in Edge of Eternities that they wanted to let you have be a commander, but like, everybody who's making videos about it now is going to go, huge commander rules change, and it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? They're doing it that because anytime anything gets announced, you have to use big words to make it interesting so people will listen, so you get rent money. As of right now, it does not fucking matter, except for the one person who really wanted to use the Titanic as their commander. And it's great for them. That's very cute. Jurassic. Oh yeah, Star Wars too, right? Like when that it is 100%. It is 100%. They are lining it up for a Universes Beyond where it makes more sense for most of the stuff to be a car or ship or vehicle. So Star Wars, Star Trek, cars, Hot Wheels, whatever. Yeah, the Death Star is going to be my commander. That's what it's for. And then greetings, boss. I'm currently trying to build a deck archetype that I haven't built before. Are there any that you might Jot be able to give as much? Oh, okay. Are there any deck archetypes I can't give you advice on for a roast? I don't think there's any I can't give you advice on. Most of what the advice would be, don't do this, is like Super Friends. I really dislike Super Friends. I never find it to have a satisfying gameplay pattern. I never find them to have satisfying win conditions. And so I can help you make any deck better. There are times where I will say the best thing this deck could be is Ash. Like the idea you want, the feeling you want is not best achieved via a commander deck, and you should not attempt to use 99 Magic the Gathering cards to achieve this idea. And then Disgruntled did a personal question. Funniest alt win con you've ever built? I don't build for alt win cons. I'm always zigging when other people are zagging in the context of a conversation. And so I don't do that when I play the game. I kill you with hammers. I just kill you with damage. Because if I was trying to be the wacky guy linguistically and comedically all the time, and I was trying to be the wacky guy mechanically, it would be insufferable. I'm already insufferable to plenty of people, but some people like it. And so in general, I never build alt win cons. I'm always just like, I'm doing a bit 24/7, and also you are dying to combat damage. Is a Tetsuko Umezawa prowess deck a good idea? No! Not at all. Mono blue prowess is just a bad idea. I mean, like, the unblockability can definitely be useful, but no. Terrence, thank you for the personal question. Do you think cycling in general is a trap and you should have to be a recursion deck to maximize value? I think 99.9% of cycling cards are traps. I think the mechanic in general, the reason it's a trap for Commander is because that is a mechanic for draft. That is a mechanic. What's up? Yeah, I'm going to pause the vamp clock.
I cannot. Chat, you will not figure it out until we make it. But watch this, watch this. Ready? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No.
Damn it.
Tell me later.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, anyway, cycling. Cycling as a mechanic is made to let draft decks draw cards and let draft decks fix colors. So the mechanic as a whole is not unusable, and there are even some cards that are fine to cycle in Commander, but for the most part, they're bad on purpose. Like, they're just bad because they're not meant to be a powerful thing. And then DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. The Umezawa prowess deck is only good if you want your friends to give you mandatory free bottom surgery after the game. That's not even true. It's only good if you want your friends to walk away mid-game. Also, I think we thanked Blue for the follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Yeah, like Hashatan can do it. There are ways you can break it. Dale, thank you for the $5 super chat. Any advice to avoid when making Mardu Ishin, boss? Decided to make a deck with all 3 versions of Lightning in it. I think what I would avoid, and this is business Mauled talking, not Vamp Mauled, because you paid money for it. What I would avoid in Mardu Ishin is avoid having a very wide spread of this one guy or these 2 guys win me the game with the Ishin trigger, and these 15 guys just throw 2 wet noodles at your face instead of 1. I think variance is good and having finishers is necessary, but there's a very fine line between I have finishers so the game doesn't last forever, and this deck either cheats out an Eldrazi that doubles an attack trigger and then I win, or I throw shitty goblins at you the whole time. So try to make sure your spread is appropriate. Bazinga. Universe Falls, thank you for the 69-bit cheer. How do I make a bad deck? Like a precon, but a little worse. We're going to hold that for the next vamp break. And then Illy or P.O. Lee. Any good recommendations for a group hug deck other than Glunch or Bumbleflower? This one's easy, so we'll clear it now. The incredibly heterosexual twins. I think this will grab it. I remember very little of their name. Okay. All right. Loser game for bitches that's trying to be helpful. Tiro will find it. Okay. Kaineos and Tiro of Miletus. They kiss hard. They kiss hard and they ramp everybody hard. You do Quain too. There's a ton of ways. All right. So the official order for today, we are starting in order. It's Glass Geo, Emperor, Ricky Bean, Skinny, and then we're going to fit Vaxrung in as well. Emperor. It's not May. It's Ma as in Mald. E as in Yeet. So Mai, Emperor Tromidlov, Droll Mai. All right, so first up in the list of who we currently have is, okay, Emperor Tromidlov, Droll Mai. Okay, great. So we have you. We don't have Glass Geo. I don't see Ricky Bean. I do see Skinny. I do see Vaxrung. So the temporary Glass Geo is here. Then we're starting with Glass Geo. Then it's going to go Glass Geo. Ah, it's because you're dark blue. That's why. Let me, hold on. I'm snipping tooling this shit. No. That's how big is it? It's about this big. It's about this big, but twice as long. And Glass Geo, this is you. This is you right now. Tasty Lawn, the commissions are done at the beginning of each month, and then we schedule throughout the month. So the only way to jump onto a stream live is to pay me $500, which, hey, was a joke number, but people paid it. And so now it's extremely serious. Donovan on TikTok, I would highly recommend Moxfield. Entario, thank you for the 5-bit cheer. I'll check that out. And weirdest one, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 12th month, my friend. I love how heterosexual their flavor is. Just two bros who are roommates. Just guys being dudes who built stuff together and fought like men. Glass, that's so much better. Now I can read your name. Okay, tremendous. So for those of you who have not been here before, the way this works is my supporters send me a primary deck list and a power rating. We do not accept 1 through 10. We never did. We will work within the WotC bracket system. We primarily want silly, spooky, scary. This is a scale of how ominous your deck's turns are, originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE as a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are, I said that already, to somebody that knows Magic and is paying attention to the stuff you're doing. So without further ado, we're going to get to a silly, spooky deck. There's a primer on Moxfield, but it's basically Taval with a focus on zombies rather than Sultai good stuff. I haven't played this version yet. I've played the precon a few times, and I feel like the biggest challenge is Taval's speed. That is true. He is a sleepy dragon. Taval, oh no, oversees the Sib-Sig ceremonies. Taval zombie focus, my current goal is bracket 2 spooky, not pure silly. Alright. Hey, Taval is a machine that turns decks into bracket 3 decks. However, I think you can be bracket 2 if this is the kind of heat you're packing. Captain Howell, I have no idea. Quite frankly, I think you have to buy bits, but I don't really know how bits work. Okay, so we have Planeswalkers. Landfall get a loyalty counter. She can untap lands, or you can cheat something into hand. So what? We have a primer in tags to explain that immediate wrong decision. I'm hoping this is a better showing. It still has a theme. It's more of a mechanical focus than a Perry Hat theme. I don't have Sipsig Ceremony. It seems really good mechanically, but it also seems like it might require some extra focus. I wanted to shy away from pure good stuff and Landfall. There's some of that, but the focus is zombies. Place I'm unsure about traditional draw. I have some, but not enough to even be worth a tag. But mill is kind of like card draw. Okay, that can be true. I likely got lost in the sauce of looking for ways to make zombie after zombie using Taval's text, which means I probably need more protection. The Rebirth of Energy tag is the most likely in the sauce and right for cuts. Okay, cards that directly cause things to leave the graveyard or benefit when it happens. Direct Reanimation. Spells with Flashback, Retrace are ways to get those. So stuff we can use from the graveyard. Anything that directly impacts my zombies. Rehandimate. The rest are pretty obvious. Okay. We return to what the fuck is Nissa of Shadowed Boughs doing in this goddamn list? So we have ramp that cannot impact Taval. If I scroll down and I see a Gaia's Cradle, I will immediately understand why Nissa's in the list and you need to start running. But in general, I don't believe in this. I think this is the Landfall Brainworm eating a little bit of the part of your brain that controls breathing. I mean, it is Graveyard Reanimate, but if we want to be on zombies, why are we... Because there is a distinct difference between I want a zombie max and I want to be Sultai Reanimator. Those are diabolically different lists. So this does make stuff leave graveyard, but this seems like just very expensive in the hopes that you'll be able to use it over and over and over. All things must die. This is good. This is quite clever. Honoring the Renewed. Yeah, this one works for sure. Oh, but this is creature cards specifically have to leave our graveyard. Sure, fine. It's making stuff leave our graveyard. Okay. I'm just gonna skip to the lands and see what in God's name we could be. Yeah, not a single piece of tech for this. Maybe Argoth, although it requires quite a bit of mana anyway. Okay. Titan's Nest on upkeep. We can surveil one. See, Titan's Nest I actually like a lot. I feel like this is what I would want to see over like Steward of the Harvest. They have Shifting Woodland, so that's another potential target for... I still don't like this though because mainly because in bracket 2, nobody's gonna fuck with your lands. Oh, the music's not on. Oh no, hold on. Okay, haunting background music on. Okay. So in general at bracket 2, there are two things you can know to be safe. Your lands are probably safe, and the stack is probably safe if people are tapped out. Like, we're fine with counter spells, but they generally cut down on like free stack interaction. Those are all game changers. People get really persnickety about blowing up your lands. Tival gives you a way to have the land always be on the field if somebody blows it up. Like, nobody is, if you're playing in a bracket 2 game where somebody is exiling your lands, you don't have problems that can be solved with a deck roast. You need a hammer or witness protection. And so in that context, when I see stuff like this, what we're saying is Steward of the Harvest is going to permanently remove 3 of presumably my best lands in the deck from the game if I'm exiling them to Steward of the Harvest. And then me having access to those abilities is tied to a creature rather than a land. And that should be fucking terrifying. That should be like Friday the 13th music begins playing in the back of your mind. Because as soon as we go from, okay, this really good land ability is stuck to a land, and maybe I have to recur it at some point with Tival, to, okay, now I can do it a million times, but all of the things I might want to do a million times require a lot of mana. I was seeing it also like Insidious Roots to make the zombies tap for mana. If we want the zombies to tap for mana, we just play Cryptolith, right? But this also is competing with our commander. Other things that impact the speed of our deck, like how good does our deck feel, is what are we playing before our commander, what are we playing after our commander, and what are we going to be worried about playing instead of our commander. So this is the thing where we're worried about playing it instead of our commander. It is bad as fuck, which is like 20 points for it. And we then are cutting ourselves off from some of the best lands in our deck to tie them to creatures, which are infinitely more killable than the lands are. So I think this could be, it could be Cryptolith Rite, it could be Enduring Vitality. But either way, if we want the zombies to be mana, different stuff better. In balance, we are saved. Okay, so we have a little bit of board protection that's probably reasonable. Cauldron of Eternity I like. If we have the self-mill engine, I think everything getting tucked to bottom is not really a problem for you. Add Strip Mine for Steward, trust me, bro. It looks like JetG's going into timeout for the rest of this bracket 2 roast. Polluted Cistern. Okay, so now we're pinging people a little bit until we have the zombie horde. Inevitable End. Oh! Huh! Huh. I think, you know, mathematically it is possible. I think it's more likely that this kills people via asphyxiation from them laughing at it, but it is possible for this to do it. It is distinctly possible that if we either get 40 zombies or we get like 10 zombies and we have a thing that turns them into mana. Okay, Scarab God. I like how we put one ass beater in the deck and said, that's all the ass I have to beat. There is no other reason I might ever want to go to combat. It's just these guys and then the cards that make you so itchy you die. Okay. So Scarab God, I think is reasonable. I think is reasonable, particularly if we're doing any type of symmetrical mill. Gempalm Polluter. This is crazy to me in the context of how we would want to be moving. How we would want to be moving with the game plan overall. Like, green is the color of me and my guys beat the absolute fuck out of you. There's some more that buff all the zombies. Okay, let me go look at those. Is this the Lord section? Okay, Afflict 3. On second main phase, if a player was dealt combat damage by a zombie this turn, mill 3 cards and then rehandmate. That's quite good. Or, well, it's quite usable. Bygone Marvels. Okay, so we can trigger Taval. Trigger Taval. Trigger Taval. Trigger Taval Bigly. Okay, I'm kind of seeing it. Perfect Crumpet, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Then Sibsig Ceremony. Make a ton of zombies. Do stuff. Make some zombies. I mean, hey, I for real believe this is bracket 2. Okay, and then we have ping strategies. I'm trying to, because there's a big part of me that's yelling, hey, we shouldn't be splitting our attention between a zombie drain strategy and a zombies beat the fuck out of you strategy, because we're almost always better off going, here's another way to keep the loop going, or here are more hammers for my zombies to hit you with. However, if we are trying to make a pre-con power level deck, it is kind of appropriate to cross our eyes and grab anything that looks tasty. Wand of Orcus is cute as fuck. Yeah, see, like, do I not want you to play this, but God, does it win you the game at certain bracket 2 tables? Okay. For each token you control, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. Alright. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, make a tapped zombie 2/2. Okay. So I don't mind a lot of the payoffs, but I do think we're using Muldrotha. Oh God. Okay, so our actual commander, I see. Excellent. I think this is fine. This is obviously good. This is fine. This is fine. All right, we have a ton of disparate payoffs. We're kind of like running out of dick with which to fuel the mill strategy. I've seen Nyx Weaver and I've seen this guy. Tend the Gardens. Oh Jesus. Okay, so we have Skull Prophet 6. Sidisi, Baelmerk. I'm not even going to pretend this is a mill engine. Aftermath Analyst 1 time. Head Shredder. Will of the Sultai 1 time. I think I understand where our speed concerns are coming from, brother. I think I've identified the speed concerns. Brad, I did see that, yeah. What does this guy do? Oh, he's just the backup commander from the precon. And then I guess Colossal Graveweaver can do it too. Okay. So overall, we have I'm just going to give this a stage 1 diagnosis of too many trains. It's not terminal because we want to go for bracket 2 and be somewhat spooky. But right now we are very top heavy, not in any one particular place, but we are top heavy in the nature of we have a ton of different ways to pay off from this full grave, and we have less than 10 cards in the deck that can fill the grave. And I don't want to sound crazy, but I don't think I saw like any ramp. I guess Spelunking technically, or this guy. Okay, this is our way to play Taval ahead of curve. But otherwise, No, I mean, Taval fills the bin, but very slowly. Like, Taval gets you 3 cards a turn if you can swing and nobody fucking hits you. Which even in the world of we are bracket 2, I'm not going to suggest the orb. Because even though it's not a game changer, if we sit down for a pre-con game and you resolve Lance Armstrong's missing testicle, I'm going to get ornery. But there's a ton of stuff that's totally acceptable within bracket 2 and is much more useful. We do have Life from the Loam, which is good, but the important thing of Life from the Loam is getting it in the bin that first time. And so it's like where's my MS Paint? Where's my MS Paint? I'm too functional pilled today. So this line right here, this is our commander. Generally, I'm just going to write come for commander. Generally, if you want to have a functional commander deck, you want to have one of these 2 options. You can either have an extremely straight path for what you're doing until you play the commander, and then once you play the commander, it's like imagination. You can do whatever you want. They're all going to work because your archetype is good. Your deck is so reliable. You can take it in any direction, which is kind of what we're doing here. We want to get zombies any way we can, and then we're trying to convert zombies in multiple different ways to potentially being lethal combat damage or being lethal drain. Or we can have a variety of ways to get to the commander. We're not really sure how. We're not going to ramp reliably. We're not going to play a lot of setup pieces for him. But then once we hit the commander, we want it to be a straight shot to win town. So you can be spirally in either case. This deck, it looks like we are being spirally in both ways at once. We have a variety of things that like could be helpful before we play the commander, but we're not trying to get to the commander really quickly, which becomes problematic when this guy is our only fucking hope of executing our deck's primary mechanic. Like, so we have a payoff for zombies, a payoff for zombies, a potential setup piece that competes with our commander, a late game payoff piece, and another payoff piece. So this is a setup piece actually, but it requires creature cards, of which we only have this guy, who we would discard on pain of death. We also have 1 land. So, you know, between you and me, we're going to do the free mulligan here. Now we have 6. Incredible Engine. We have 1 land. You go down to 6 cards in hand. We now have enough lands to play our commander. We have a payoff piece. We have a potential payoff piece who is really cute, and we have nothing else. I'm going to pray to God that we do have the Surveil lands. God bless you. We'll keep this guy on top. So we land pass for multiple turns, which I realize, and we have Dakmor Salvage in hand, so maybe we can do something with this one day. You know what? This turn, no, I can't miss my land drop. You'll just lose the whole game. The cloud player is gonna fucking kill you. So we play a forest, and we play this, so the cloud player doesn't murder us. We get to our commander. Now the engine can finally start commencing. Another big payoff piece. We can swing Taval. We have Nyxweaver in the grave, but we can get a fetch land back, and we can... We get a fetch land back. We get our first zombie druid. We use Bygone Marvels to get Nyxweaver back. We get a second zombie druid. We play land for turn, and we play Nyxweaver. And importantly, from here, everything's okay. From here, everything's okay because we have Nyx Weaver out. And with Upkeep Mill plus Taval Mill, it's probably going to work out. But woof, we hit two of the best cards in our deck. Oh, God. This one do? Draw 2, then discard a card and you lose 2 life. Create X tapped 2/2. Oh, okay. Number of cards. My brother in Christ, we are not milling like this. My brother in Christ, what are we talking about? Number of cards that were put into your graveyard from hand or library this turn. I mean, if we want, listen, if we want to rock the incredible one with nothing combo with this, that would be funny as fuck. Okay. My brain is beginning to wrap around the concept of this deck. Let me go back to the list. Okay, so we've avoided falling into the reanimate booby trap because that would immediately be the best thing our deck can do by doing rehandimate. And then because we have tied ourselves to that radiator of I have to be getting things from graveyard to hand, the 2/2 zombie payoff is not good enough, and so we have to then have all of these other things that are additional payoffs for getting things from your graveyard back to your hand. Okay. Yeah, like I think it can get there. I think we are... I can see how you are moving kind of slow. This looks like a cow that has been given a few Xanax too many because we have no way to ramp into Taval. We have enough lands that we can, provenly so, we can definitely mulligan into getting Taval out, and I do agree we are feeling like zombies. I can feel the rot and decay all in my mouth and throat right now. I'm trying to think of how we make it feel a little bit less loose. Because when I see cards like this, what always makes me worried is if we want to play around a specific line of text on the commander, I hate playing around it by going, what other lines of text could we stack on top of this one that will make me happier because 3 things triggered at once? I always prefer to do, how can we build the deck in such a way that when this triggers once, we will be happy? Or, no, it's just that. It's when this triggers once, the thing that happens to us will be good enough that we will not be crying in the club. The demo field's kind of funny. Undead Butler could be a useful piece. Which is the bigger issue between the lack of ramp and the lack of a fast way to fill the yard? I think the issue is twofold. God, everything's a problem, really. But it's also like, you're supposed to have problems at bracket 2. If you're at bracket 2 and your deck doesn't have problems because you want to play the funny cards, that just kind of moves you into bracket 3. Like if you built a deck where you win everything in here is in here because it's good and not because it makes my heart happy, then it's just bracket 3. So Gio, can you point out which of these cards are the funny haha cards? Because I can shoot many of them with a gun. There's a lot of ways we can change this deck to make it better. Like this one is probably getting shot with a gun, but maybe not if it's the funny haha. But I think we have to figure out what are the... Give me like 3 to 5 interactions that you are extracting joy from, and we can figure out how to do clunky, happy things around that. Whereas right now, this feels like Nutella and mayonnaise lasagna. We're taking a lot of flavors. Just you're trying to keep it in bracket 2 just because it's replacing the pre-con in my lineup. Well, okay. Even if it doesn't have anything sacred, what interaction made you smile the most? Because there's a lot of like just low-key, low to the ground, good stuff we could put in. Like some of your, this wouldn't even be ramp, but there's draft commons like Town Greeter that would fill your graveyard ahead of Taval coming out. Because those are some of the things that we can fix. Is right now we have most of the stuff in our deck benefits from things coming out of the graveyard, and we're putting it all on Taval, which he's going to burn out. Snake Daddy cannot handle all of the load that you are trying to foist upon him. And so there's a lot of like easy swaps we could make of, well, let's guarantee that we have a full graveyard. And if we guarantee that we have a full graveyard, like Titan's Nest becomes way funnier because you play Titan's Nest the turn after you play Taval, and then it's just I exile as many things as I want and I make 12 zombies. Hold these nuts. I did put a good bit of support for Gempal Polluter, which is probably spending way too much effort on a low payoff. Let's focus in on that. Way too much effort for a bad payoff is the heart of bracket 2. So if we were trying to support Stink Hands Jerry, let's make Stink Hands Jerry the hero of this story. So on cycle, we're going to have target player lose life to zombies on field. Alright, so that means the Rehandimate is 100% the thing to do. We want to be Rehandimating Genpalm Polluter. I realize you're a green player, and so this is going to be kind of scary, but what if we had you read? I don't know if this... Oh, it's an effect, not a cost. No! Okay, but this is, I think, the energy. If we like what this is doing, and we want people to be like, holy fuck, if this is the card you want people to go, holy fuck, you won the game with that, instead of, oh, of course they won with Creator Hoof Behemoth, we can work with that. I don't think there's going to be a ton of super weird tech, but there's things like Oversold Cemetery, which is just every single turn, okay, now I have Genpalm Polluter back in my hand. Or every single turn, I'm going to have some type of useful creature back into my hand. Although notably, this requires us to constantly have a really full graveyard. And so what that is going to lean me towards is a lot of the lower stuff, or a lot of the stuff that pays off in ways that are not making zombies. We want to transform into shit that is going to fill your graveyard. Like Marin, listen. Absolute baddie, also old news. As soon as you play this card, everybody's going to make a bunch of assumptions about how the deck is going to play. It will be useful. I genuinely don't think it will be super useful in the way that we want it to be, because we're not huge on sacrificing. It's kind of useful for trading stuff away and just getting generic value. And I guess it is Rehandimate, but it's very expensive because its power budget is being paid into, one, the incredible aesthetics, and two, her being able to cheat stuff straight back out onto the battlefield, which I don't think we even want. And so this is a thing that could become Oversold Cemetery and is now a thing that is low mana setup rather than committing a bunch of mana, whereas half of the time we don't even want said effect. And she's not a zombie, so fuck her. Codus is okay. I would question if we could get a better version. Well, Glass Geo, Muldrotha's a question because Muldrotha is easily like the best card in your deck. Now, things like this is where I would say things like we can exile it to make a zombie. I don't know. Everything is so adorable, which I think is a success in bracket 2. So let me think. This sure as fuck can make us a ton of zombies for the eventual turn. So I think the Vomit Dog is who I want to hold up as most cuttable. Because this is a type of effect that is extremely good if we are doing any type of aristocrat's behavior. But you're not doing that. We want to be, I guess, a blue-collar populist who, I don't know, has necrotizing fasciitis. And so this is the type of thing where, yes, it's helping put damage in, but I think we want to pick 2 lanes we're going to operate in. And the 2 lanes we're going to operate in are either you lose life because I have zombies, or you lose life because all of the zombies are hitting you quite hard. We have a play land from Graveyard Effect already. And so I think this thing is probably too cute. I can now understand why you are playing Second Harvest when the idea is not even a combo, but some type of like janky rocket launcher plan with Gem Palm Polluter. Tormod and Sidisi being a backup is great. If we want to use Sidisi, we need a lot of creatures. We need as many effects to be on creature bodies as we possibly can. 26 is so few that, like, I mean, let's just check. Let's just check how, if God loves you or not. Because you could have the Mandate of Heaven, and then this just doesn't matter. So let's say Sidisi's on field. Holy fuck, Mandate of Heaven. We get a zombie. Next turn. No creatures. Next turn. No creatures. Next turn. No creatures. Next turn. Creature. Alright, so 2 out of 5 turns. We got a zombie from Sidisi. That would hurt me. Especially if I'm not playing Resurrection to Battlefield. If I was playing like straight up Marin shenanigans and I was like, oh no, it fell into my graveyard. Whoops. I would be very happy with these mills, but for the most part, our creature density is not high enough to support Sidisi right now, although it definitely can get that high. And so, let's see. I genuinely don't like Cauldron anymore. I liked it initially when I thought we might be doing some Graveyard Funny business, but I think our Graveyard Funny business is like, God, we only want, okay, I'm beginning to love this actually. The more we play around Gem Palm Polluter, the more I begin to love this, where we want Rehandmate, but we don't want to reanimate things to the battlefield, probably unless we're reanimating everything. Are there ways to copy the effect of Gem Palm and make it trigger more than once on discard? Oh no, are we gonna... We'll return to the Cauldron in a minute, but let's talk about... Let's talk about this, actually. Let's talk about how foul this might be. Because how much shit can this copy? This can copy the Gem Palm Polluter, which is evil. This can copy Tival's Trigger, which is probably the best thing we could do, right? X equals 2. I trigger Taval 3 times the first time I swing him. It curves out into Taval. Ooh. Okay, I think this might be your new hero, Geo. This might be my new favorite motherfucker in the entire world. This card is variance. Doctor Strange looking at 13 million timelines. Yeah, but we're replacing a precon. This is fine. Okay, so yeah, I think this is tremendous funny business for you. I think this is who Marin can become. Because this is going to, one, listen, I know we're all doing our best. I know none of us want to be annoying. If you play Magic, there is some part of you that is an actually guy. I don't care what your gender is, how old you are. Some part of you loves explaining weird shit to people. And this is going to be hilarious. It is going to be low-key broken. Like when you get to resolve this, it will be the best interaction you get in the entire deck. Do we run the water crystal to make our own mill better? No, because it says opponent, but Skinny, I was almost on that. And we don't care about opponents milling, really. Okay, so stuff that I don't like in the new context of what we're doing. This is clever. I don't like this. This is a cute underplayed card, which is one of the qualities we want in a bracket 2 card. I think the other quality we want is for them to actually do stuff that's helpful. Giving our opponents choices and having the payoff be we're going to get to ramp, and we're going to get to ramp to field, which kind of hurts because the best thing we can do with a land is put Dakmor Salvage in the graveyard. So I don't like Disorienting Choice. I do not like Steward of the Harvest. I do not like Cauldron of Eternity or Dim Aublet. Both of these can grab stuff out of the graveyard for Taval. I just think they're costed around the ceiling being much, much higher than what we're going to use it for. It can search any land. That is true. I don't believe you have lands worth searching. Shifting Woodland is not that hot in this deck. We could, I guess, Unholy Grotto, but at that point, we could probably just run Sylvan Scrying instead. Yeah, no Field of the Dead. We're in bracket 2, Turtle Twins. Oh, Wind Dies put on bottom as an auto trigger? Okay, I misunderstood that. Then we can keep this, but I still think Polluted Cistern can die in a fire. These are mostly fine. Inevitable End is fine. I don't like Nissa because I think there's better stuff we can do to play around the bad thing we want to do. So I don't like Nissa either. Crawl from the Cellar is perfect. I think we can look to cut Carsey Revenant for something that will fill our graveyard more. Keru Goldkeeper, I'm going to recommend you cut, which I know sounds weird because we're all value pilled. Boy howdy, do we love treasures, but I think this is another instance of we have we have spent almost all of our deck's budget on all of this good stuff that could happen if we get stuff into the grave and then take it out, and I don't think we have enough effort dedicated towards how do I get stuff into the grave. We do have plenty of effort dedicated towards taking it out and then benefiting from it, but we are kind of just being like, Hey man, I'm gonna play this snake, and if you do anything to him, I will shit myself. But I don't like Keeper. These are fucking... So these are kind of pie in the sky. I'm now going to recommend that we kill Lier for the specific reason that a lot of the other stuff we want to do wants us to be as creature heavy as possible. We have, I think, Sidisi who cares about creatures. We have we have one of our zombie spells cares about creature cards in graveyard, but we have multiple things that just wants the graveyard to be full of bodies, and Lier wants your graveyards to be full of really good instants and sorceries. So this becomes a thing where sometimes it'll be really good. A lot of times you just won't have enough good instants and sorceries in the graveyard. Like either Lier is going to work or the creature thing is going to work, but neither of them are going to work as good as they could. And Gem Pump Polluter is so fucking bad that I would rather just go all in on him and let that be the kooky shit we're doing. Perfect, horrible bracket 2 behavior. Sure. Okay, and then stuff like Auroral Procession, Bygone Marvels, Rite of Renewal, Valid Get Recovery. This is the type of stuff that we don't want to openly cut, but we want to turn into a dude, and a rotting dude, where possible, to service this creature forward game plan. And so this is where stuff like Undead Butler can come into play. This guy will also fill the graveyard from it. On dies, you may exile it. Another free Taval trigger. Going to trigger Taval again after that as well, I believe. I'm not sure how the rules specifically work on that. But there's Undead Butler. There is Timeless Witness. This will have an Eternalized thing, so you can exile it from your graveyard to get another trigger out of it. Rite of Renewal, there's... Nobody worry about my Google history. Angry Dolphins, thank you for the doghouse, my friend. There's even Gloom Shrieker. Like, if we want to keep working in the world of these are low power cards, these are terminally fair cards, Gloom Shrieker can do it. Because this is, if we mill it, it's not going to get exiled. But if we play it, boom, Taval trigger. Now, it's not going to give us a Taval trigger when it dies, but this is specifically an example of bad card that will fit your theme. This would be pretty good and fucked up, quite frankly. That would be pretty good and fucked up. Like, I realize you want to piecemeal the Taval triggers as much as you can, but getting to mill, getting to mass ramp yourself, and then getting to turn Taval into, like, potentially lethal commander damage, these are all very, very good payoffs. And notably, this is another creature that we can play around with. Now, Life from the Loam is so good that we keep it anyway, but we keep it because of Dredge. Why not the Bear over Titan? This is probably not an over situation, Time Kit. We just aren't done cutting. And then... we definitely kill Spelunking. Lands entering untapped is nice, but at bracket 2, you definitely have the time to twiddle with your cards. So I'm going to want to kill that in service of getting a creature. Breach the Multiverse, we probably also want to kill in service of a creature, but I'm trying to think of which creature we could kill for this, because we could do like Bringer of the Last Gift, we could do Mass Reanimate, but then it board wipes us. Yeah, I don't think Fenrir does a whole lot for us. We could do Sepulchral Primordial, but it doesn't let us rob our own graveyard, which is really what we want out of this. We don't necessarily want a guy... We don't necessarily want a guy that's only going to rob our opponents. Resentful Revelation. Right, but this is not a creature. The thing we're trying to fix right now is we have a couple things that care about, like we want this to be as many creatures and as many lands as we can fit in the motherfucker. These all stay on the sideboard. Okay, I'm undoing these tags because the tags are making it too difficult to organize around the things we need to cut from. So this is where we need to kill some stuff. I think from here, the easy ones are Bygone Marvels, Rite of Renewal, Disorienting Choice. The harder ones that we probably still want to cut is Volaged Recovery. I think we can probably also kill Dread Return. I also think Welcome the Dead can likely die. I mean, Welcome the Dead might be able to die just for... Let's look at these motherfuckers. We're not doing a ton of crimes, so this isn't totally necessary. Issa and Geralf as a way to mill us. Do we have enough mill that we're going to be able to cast zombies from our graveyard? Probably fucking not. How many zombies do we even have, man? We have 7 zombies in the deck. Okay, we're definitely not doing that. Gravecrawler's not the worst skinny, but we don't have a way to sacrifice him. Like, because we're not... Gravecrawler is just going to trick us into playing a combo deck, and we do not want that. An instance. I don't think there's any creatures we can grab that are going to replace this, like, protective duty. The Lunking can definitely die. The Cistern can definitely die. And I guess that could get us... That could get us to, like, 30 plus creatures, which is not going to make it feel like the best thing ever, but... Okay. I know there's other Geralf who gives flying, which is kind of cute for the combat damage plan. Neither of these are zombies, but they both make zombies. We're gonna mill everybody. Do we want to exile our own creatures? Based on comments, Insidious Roots maybe go? Probably yes. I think if you want to have the Insidious Roots effect, we replace that with a way to ramp mana. But the stuff you need, big picture. You want stuff like Stitcher's Supplier. Hey, look at this, it's a zombie. Hey, look, it's going to mill us. You want to look at things like Town Greeter and Satyr Wayfinder. This is going to fill your graveyard and trigger Taval, or get you land drops to get to Taval. Then let me look at Tombstone Stairwell. Oh. Then Town Greeter is better than Satyr Wayfinder. Both of the effects are still good. This lacks the Taval trigger, but this is going to get you land drops and get you shit in the graveyard. During each upkeep, each player puts into play a 2/2 zombie for each creature card you have in your graveyard at the end of turn. Bury all these tokens. I think this is doable, but it has to replace some other type of good enchantment in the deck, because we cannot deal with having even fewer creatures. I think we have to be at like 30 or more creatures for us to feel good about what we're doing here. I do like White of the Reliquary in general. I don't think this deck, I think the eventual version of this deck will use it well. But right now it would just be very, very clunky and slow. But I think the eventual version of the deck does want that very much. And then you turn, you know, 1 zombie a turn. We have Aftermath Analyst already. I don't think we Zuran Orb. I think we want to like... We want to do a bunch of single ticky-tacks. We have Baelmerk already. We get twice X, put X. You could probably run this as card draw, Geo. And this would probably be useful for you, but we run into the same problem of this cannot replace a creature. This has to replace another thing. Oh, Patient Naturalist. Downright playable. Thank you, Orphan Breakfast. We have 6 already, Curtis. And for that, I don't want to kill anything from here. Is Sludge Titan too expensive? Not with a name like that, brother. Fuck yeah, play this guy. This precon was made for this motherfucker. Creature card 2-hand is a zombie? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Do we want to kill Scarab God because it exiles from our graveyard? No, a key part of the plan is my zombies stare at you and you feel so bad that you die. Yeah, this is a truly amazing precon level thing. And then Underrealm Lich is another definite precon level zombie that we could run in this. I think you might have to start thinking about killing things like Second Harvest for this. Or at least Insidious Roots. Insidious Roots could die for this. We have Colossal Grave Reaver already. I think the Altar of the Brood we could probably do. I do not think we want to do Altar of Dementia. Because if we do Altar of Dementia, it's going to motivate us to begin doing loops. It's going to motivate us to begin doing bullshit combo shenanigans. Altar of the Brood is just, this is a very, very easy way to make sure that we are constantly milling ourselves. Oh, each opponent, never mind, kill it with hammers. Fine, boom, banning that guy. Who said it? Who the fuck said it? Jet again. Die. Would Graveborn Muse be too powerful? No, but it might kill us. I think Graveborn Muse unlocks the power of suicide via self-dick explosion. We do not have Ripples of Undeath, which is one that I'm kind of sitting on as like, if we want to do this in bracket 2 or not. It's not a game changer, but it's like, it's real goddamn good, man. So Glassgeo, if you want a real goddamn good card, Fang and Vanille, I think different deck. I think this is a we're getting weird trying to make Gempalm Polluter be a. We're trying to turn Gempalm Polluter into a gun. I do not think we want to worry about the lesbians at this time. Palantir of Orthanc is just too bleh. We've used up our saltine budget on Craterhoof Behemoth. This guy's terminally okay. We're never hitting Delirium, and so he's just gonna get murdered instantly. Yeah, Derek, we are live on Twitch right now. So yeah, we can do Underrealm Lich, we can do Sludge Titan, we can do things like Patient Naturalist, Town Greeter, Satyr Wayfinder. What about Raoul from Fallout? Mill 1 is just too little. Like, Mill Engine good, but I don't think... Like, I think tapping him to Mill 1 is just... We'd rather have one of the Geralfs at this card. I do think Mesmeric Orb is too much, yeah. We did recommend Gisa and Geralf. Yeah, we could play this guy. If nothing else, this is... Like, if we play this before Tival, we are hitting a land drop for Tival. If we play this after Tival, we are getting a creature who makes us a zombie and fills the graveyard for other stuff. This does not make zombies, so fuck that guy. We're zombie pilled right now. We are rot maxing. Tormod's already in there. Trobert, thank you for gifting a sub, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I'm going to call it there for additions because I think we have covered the broad scope of the flavor of additions you want to do. We want stuff like this. We want more things to be really, really confident that the graveyard is going to be full. And I think we can have fewer value payoffs. At minimum, we got to replace the non-creature ways to do this with creature ways to do this, because every single way we want to win is dependent on us stacking the bodies higher than the US Army. And so do that. You can consider things like Ripples of Undeath if you think that is going to feel too good, which I doubt it will. You can play like Underrealm Lich instead. But we want all these little shitty one-drop creatures to set Tival up with a big graveyard, such that when you get Tival out, or when you get like Titan's Nest out, or when you get Conduit of Worlds out, you have a shitload of options rather than one option. So I think this is pretty good. I think we're lacking a little bit in the flavor department, but that's kind of by design. If we're trying to replicate a precon, we can't be laser focused. If we ever get laser focused, it has to be on a bad and terrible thing like Gempalm Polluter. Otherwise, we break into bracket 3. So I think this is good, classic zombie charcuterie board. I think this can play well at bracket 2, and I hope that we have given you a few ways to play it better. Thank you very much for your submission. I'm going to hit the manual ad break, and then we're going to put 5 minutes on the vamp clock. Then after that, it's Emperor, Trobenlov, Drolmai. Drolmai. Mai. I think it's Mai. I'll be back in one moment, everybody. All right, everybody. Big Bruna, thank you for the tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Okay. We're gonna go to the vamp clock. I'm gonna get 6 minutes. Motherfucker. Thoughts on Shocklands and Standard? Does the preponderance of aggro make them better or worse? I think it's probably fine to have Shocklands in Standard. Shocklands are typically going to benefit things like Domain, things that need to fix a lot of colors, and the payoff of having them go down to life is meaningless before the weight of Monstrous fucking Rage. As long as Monstrous Rage is in the format, who fucking cares about the balance difficulties of, oh my god, we're paying 2 life. Like, you're just fucked. You're just fucked. As long as the mice have the gigantic hammer that kills you turn 3. And so I think it's probably going to end up good for balance because things like Domain, multicolor strategies need the help. My goat, Trobert. I appreciate you so much. The price for an instant deck roast is $500, and so you did miss it by just a few decimal points. So we can either figure out how to refund that. The $5 is the price for a targeted Smasher Pass. I'm trying to make a very evil Grixis Spellslinger deck. Who's a good commander? Probably anybody that gives card advantage. Like, the thing about Grixis Spellslinger is that it's only going to be accepted in high power. You're not going to be able to do that in bracket 2. You're only going to be able to do it in bracket 3 or above. I think a funny one is there's one guy from Baldur's Gate who, like, Devlor. But this isn't even Spellslinger. This is, you do a big spell that's targeted to one person, and you copy it, and now it's almost like you slung it. Oh yeah, Grixis Marchesa could do it. Grixis Marchesa could be funny and kooky and enjoyable for you. This would be quite good if a lot of your spells are crimes. Somebody asked, thoughts on Henzi and Obeka Brute Chronologist Pride Partner. That's fine. It seems flavorful. In terms of how good it is, it's not the worst thing ever. You can... Those two can interact. You can make them kiss and end the turn. Soul Gainer, I have no thoughts on Kilo yet. Carlos, I'm making a Smeagol Golgari deck, and I need to know, is it okay to cut lands since I'm getting cards from my opponents? Because right now I have 30 lands. Brother, I want you to go spend the day hopping around on 1 foot. And tell me how easy that was. And that's going to be your answer to if you can get away with 30 lands. Here's the thing. You go around that whole day, you hop on 1 foot. When you see other people, you can balance yourself on them. But if you cannot reach another person, you got to hop on 1 foot. That's how you live now. No, 30 lands is not okay, you jackass. Don't... Like, you can have lower lands than... Like, you don't need a shitload of lands because your commander is only 3 mana. If your commander is inexpensive or most of the cards you're playing are inexpensive, you can get away with a lower land count. But even then, 30 is like... 30 is like what CEDH decks are doing, and they're going down to 30 because they have a ton of fast mana. They have a ton of mana sources that just aren't lands. So no, do not do 30. Windcrafter, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. Is there a Grixis deck that can be played in 2? My pod's casual, but I really like the color combo. I would say maybe Zevlor. The problem with playing Grixis in 2 is less about true power and more about 2 people are trying to do an anime battle. Everybody is trying to be fucking Goku in bracket 2. And so people want to like yell and do the big thing and have the way you deal with that problem be you doing an even bigger anime power up versus like Grixis is the color of if you need to defeat Hitler, you don't raise an army, you invent time travel and you shoot Hitler in his crib. That is what Grixis wants to do. And that method of engaging with the game typically makes the hoes mad in bracket 2. Even if it's like power level appropriate, like the ways you win, motherfuckers just don't like. And Hello the Painter. This actually happened in my very first play group. Everybody hated that motherfucker. It wasn't that it won every game, it was just that the way it accrued value and the way it won the game, motherfuckers couldn't stand it. Inala, but only play big wizards that fight good. That's just like I snort crack, but only the healthy kind. What big wizards that fight good? And that's the Vamp Timer. They're good colors. It's just that like they're really good colors at manipulating the stack and manipulating information and manipulating cards, which is good and useful and pisses people off when they want to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots, which at 2 is what most people are trying to do. Dragon Mage, so true. And extend the Vamp Clock just for, yeah, this is the fun Inala deck. So is bracket 2 different from bracket 3 because of game changers, or is it an ideal thing? It is absolutely an ideal thing. Bracket 2 decks are built to be kind of clunky. If you are building your deck to be the best version of whatever its idea is, you've built a bracket 3 deck. It doesn't matter how many game changers you have. It doesn't matter what the rarity of the cards, well, kind of. If you do like all commons, then it's probably bracket 2. But it doesn't matter what the budget is. It just matters, did you push this idea to its natural limit? You probably made it bracket 3 unless that idea is truly terrible. Like Dog Prom, yeah, you're still bracket 1. But bracket 2 is specifically like I took these cards and I did stuff that was bad on purpose. Okay, next we have Emperor Tromodlov Droll Mai. Oh, and then for everybody that was asking, how do I get my decks roasted? I hit the mic. Let me know if there's static now. For everybody asking, how do I get my decks roasted? There are 3 ways. We have a free roast raffle at the beginning of every month. We sell Ko-Fi commissions at the beginning of every month, or you can pay me $500 live, and we will stop what we are doing and roast your deck. All right, this is Emperor's deck. This is, I think, the second or third pass on this deck. It is Wilfred Mott, mono white gates. We have seen this commander as a Caribou combo deck. I think we've seen it as just a Caribou deck, and now we are seeing it. Oh no, this is the wrong primer. This has to be the wrong primer. This isn't Wilfred Mott. Thank you, Captain Howell. All right. Deadpool forces you to draw cards. I specifically wanted to avoid Oops All Deadpool, so this deck, wrong deck. Okay. So did you email? Hold on. Do. Is there a deck different than the one you... Google Drive sheet should be Wilfred this month. That is untrue. Can you post a new link for me? Oh, because I think we did look at this as like a... This was like a absolute weirdo combo deck, as Emperor does love to make. Or if the deck is public in Moxfield, if you can tell me its title, I can search it up on Moxfield. Here I thought Emperor had done the most Deadpool thing ever by saying the deck was one thing and then going suddenly Deadpool. I also thought that was a bit until I remembered that we had a Tromidlov special, Wilfred Mott's Gates. Okay. Fuck out of here, dude. Here we go. Value Grandpa just wants to build a farm. Mono white Maze's End is the main win condition, and I would be goddamn surprised if he managed to fit in another one. So this is your quest to play Minecraft in Magic. So there's plenty of shuffle effects and card draw effects. His ability hits a third of the deck. Equinox wins me the game because somebody tries to board wipe when I have an Awakened Gate and I counter it, so the player who's bored with a problem leaves me alive for an extra turn. Okay. So, Value Grandpa. On upkeep, he gets a time counter. You check that many cards, and then you put a non-land permanent with mana value 3 or less onto the battlefield. So, are we doing stacks? We should be. We have Esper... You just couldn't fucking help yourself. You just couldn't fucking help yourself, could you, brother? You saw the opportunity to stick a card with the name Poo Poo in your grandpa deck. Do we have a diaper card? Are you waiting for that? Are we waiting for the goddamn long-term care home Universes Beyond? Alright, Awaken a Gate. Which, by the way, people, is a core part of the combo. Because you might be thinking, wait a minute, how do we have 10 gates in mono white? We don't. But what we do have is a little card called Psychic Paper. And if we have Psychic Paper, we can choose a name and equip it to an Awakened Gate that is a copy of a gate we already have. We have these gates. And we can then copy a gate. This is not even we summon Exodia. This is we draw Exodia's crack pipe dream and try to make it a reality. So we get a gate, we copy the gate, we awaken the gate with one of these 6 spells, and then we equip Psychic Paper to that gate, giving it a different name. That is the absolute fucking maniac behavior. I summon Exodia's left kidney! Yeah, Crab, you get it. So nobody mind Jimmy. He's over there comboing in the corner because we didn't socialize him correctly. There's a lot of card draw. Reveal the top 5. That sure is card draw. You know what? My fault. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I'm sorry. This is the fucking left toe of the forbidden one, dog. We got Exodia's shopping list. Okay. Each player draws 2. Yeah, you don't give a fuck. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. Awaken Gate Protection. And then Awakening the Gate, it's not even going to be a good creature, right? No. No, it's not. It's going to be like a 4/4. Excellent. Not tagging this card draw. This is the deck they make dirtlers play against to see if they get into heaven or not. This is so much. I mean, Emperor, I know that we have fully embraced being a Smash Bros. Field hazard at this point, but this is just 100% like... Alright, my child. For your final task, you are going to play a commander game against 3 of this deck. And if you lose, hell forever. Hell forever. Alright, we have Temple under attack. So we have ways. We have ways, we have methods. We have dreams. God. Fucking mind's eye. God, it's basically Rhystic Study. It's basically Rhystic Study. It's so beautiful. Get 10th named gate. Nobody ever expects the mono white deck to say, fuck you, you got greedy. I feel like that's the most... Listen, they might not expect the mana type. I feel like this is the most normal thing a white person has ever said to me. Sorry, deck. This is the most normal white deck shit I've seen in my life. We have non-basic ramp. I hate that I genuinely have a suggestion for this, but sure. Sure. Yeah, play lands from top. Proliferate Wilfred, so real. This can't be relevant. Actually, it might be. No, it fucking could be for like Maze's End stuff. God damn it, it's fucking relevant. Right. Oh. By the way, folks, we're in bracket 3. We're in bracket 3. We're supposed to be looking at any precon and going, I got it. We're supposed to look at any precon in the fucking neck and go, I can handle that shit. Sure. Yeah, sure. You know what? It's probably ramp. It's probably ramp. Hell yeah, brother. Recover expedition map. Removal. I genuinely, these all have to be board wipes. You have to be that guy. My nose is bleeding. God damn it, Emperor. Look at what you did, man. Look at what you fucking did to me. You son of a bitch, man. Alright, so straight up, Wilfred Mott has to be Grandpa Genocide if we want to have any fucking chance here. We don't use the word tribal anymore. We're better than that. We do kill children, though. Alright. First deck that has caused so much psychic damage that I got a fucking brain bleed. Okay, Emperor. All right, so genuinely, even though bracket 3, we tend to really like this type of stuff more than. Oh, this is an awakened card, is why. Dog, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Search cave. I'm going back to the removal. So even though we generally like big removal over single target removal, actually this just might not be enough shit, frankly. If we want this to last long enough in bracket 3, if we are anything short of a political mastermind. What cave do we even need to search for, by the way? Like, what is the Echoing Deeps? I think so. Echoing Deeps only works if we already have one of our gates in the graveyard. Okay. I'm going to begin making suggestions to try to take control of my own destiny. Oh, Urza's Cave. Okay. So this is, by the power of the Compass Gnome, I can play the Urza's Cave, and by the power of the Urza's Cave, I can search for a gate. Jesus fucking Christ. Search Psychic Paper. Beautiful. Thematic! We found room for the theme tag. We did it, boys. Don't everybody, nobody worry. Nobody fucking worry. Things enter untapped. You can probably do something with that. Just for like multiple mazes end turns. Okay. I can't fix you. I can probably suggest a few things to help this. I think low to the ground option is world map out of the new Final Fantasy set. This is just another thing that is hittable with Wilfred that says, hey, I go get anything I need. This is like, you could quibble about whether or not it's better than Urza's Cave, but this is just another way to go get any of the things Urza's Cave can go get. What other type of booty ass land ramp can we use? Yeah, you did add the UFO. You did add the UFO, that's true. Okay. I am going to make a suggestion that perhaps instead of the boots, we want something like Mother of Runes, because what I am worried about with this deck is not your ability to execute the combo. I think if I give you enough time and ignore enough of the choo-choo noises Wilfred's making with his mouth while he assembles it, you will get the combo off. I'm mostly worried about you dying in a terrible hammer-related incident before you are able to execute this. So what Mother of Runes will do is, I believe now you can use this to chump block to your heart's content, which I think is genuinely important for you. So this will give your awakened land protection when it's awakened land time. It can give Wilfred mod, or it can give any other shit ass creature you play protection from a color, so that you can throw it in front of something that's trying to kill you, and then it can also work on your awakened gates. But that's really just over the boots. This thing that's basically free is fine. This thing that's like a board wipe is now one-sided, or hey, I get some card draws, also fine. Blocking land destruction is, I mean, unfortunately reasonable. Like, they should get you. They should get you. So I think this is all. There has to be a better option than this one. Um, but genuinely, the rest are fine. Like, you probably even do something fucked up with Rune Ghost, right? Like, Rune Ghost, you flicker a land. I hate that I believe in this combo at all, but you flicker, like, that one gate that taps for a ton of mana, and then you float a ton of extra mana. Emperor, I have no suggestions, but might I suggest Clinical Help? Skinny, you haven't seen the first version of this deck, in which Emperor was like, oh man, the Gates combo takes quite a long time to win. I need a different way to try to win. How should I do that? And the deck was 50-50 committed to Gates and Caribou motherfucking range. So we are watching an absolute fucking madman at work. So I do think Mother of Runes help. I think World Map helps as just another useful thing. Mana Tithe is very funny. Oh yes, for Raiders Carve. That's the old and busted. Let's show you the new hotness. You seen Men in Black? You're fucking about to, motherfucker. So it is one more mana. It does miss off of Wilfred, which hurts. However, I promise you, any game you cast this, you are a happy person. I think the downside of Wilfred missing it is overwhelmed by the upside of it being like, okay, attack, I guaranteed get a land to field rather than just checking my top and praying that God loves me. This thing can be a commander, which it would be a terrible commander. Please don't do it. Keep the beamer in the fucking garage. Fair enough, I even opened one. See, that's God working through me to talk to you about cutting Druidic Satchel. What the fuck does this even do? Reveal the top. If it's a creature, never mind, perfect, you get a jump blocker. I'm sorry I said anything. Don't take this out. Yeah, even though I do respect that these are hittable with Wilfred Mott. However, I think the payoff the Regalia is so good that you would trade at least one of these for that. Time counters is probably fine. You definitely, like, straight up, you could have a prismatic bridge effect in this deck and I still wouldn't be scared. They have Endless Horizons to remove all the... Ooh! Why are we helping? We should be pulling up like 1-800 stress numbers right now, not giving him this. Talk to me, Emperor. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about being even more demented. I think we have Weathered Wayfarer. Now I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it thins the first instance of deck thinning that will actually be useful for something. We can thin... Get this Deadpool deck out of my face. So we can take 12 planes out of the deck. We can take like 1/10 of the deck away. It is another hit that is not searchable with Wilfred. Every single one of those we put in is devastating to the economy of this deck. I feel like it must pay off sooner than Vexing Puzzle Box though, right? Because this probably takes like 8 turns to work, right? How the fuck are we planning for... How the fuck are we planning for... I'm gonna tap this 8 times and tutor for a land. Wait, I just started... Hold on. I had seen this card. I had known that it takes a while. I had never done the average math on how long it would fucking take Vexing Puzzle Box to pay off. So we get this 5 to 20 turns later. We're going to use this to tutor Psychic Paper. What a fucking bold inclusion. Enlightened Tutor next to Vexing fucking Puzzle Box. Okay. So this thing's probably cuttable for something. Even this could become the Regalia. I just want to play test. I just want to see how long it takes. We're going to put 1 hour on the clock. I feel like this deck could be a Saw challenge. With, like, you... somebody who's never played Magic before, you have 30 minutes to make this deck win a game of Magic the Gathering, or the C4 in your neck will explode. Explorer's Scope. Hey, we got lands and spells, baby. I'm keeping this shit. Hell yeah, Enlightened Tutor. Psychic Paper. Come home, my beloved. I mean, Psychic Paper can't actually be, like, the best thing here. Fuck it. You're right. You know what? I'm right. No, it's Soul Ring. It's fucking Soul Ring. I put Soul Ring on top of my library. Next turn. Wilfred Mott is here. Fuck yeah. I love Wilfred. I can't crew the goddamn Raiders card with Wilfred. I'm gonna shit myself. But I dump this. I get a Plains. My deck is thinned. We are 1 step closer to victory. I have 28 minutes before the C4 in my neck explodes. I have a time counter on Wilfred, so... Oh, this would have been before draw step. So I get to put this onto the battlefield. Because it's a... Oh no, God damn it. Non-land permanent. God doesn't want me to win, so that goes to bottom. I draw this instead. Type shit. Alright. This is a 2/6 defender, baby. Watch out. Watch the fuck out. I'm gonna crew the Raiders card with both of these guys. I get to look at the top card. It's a land. It goes to field. This is how we win. Everybody lock the fuck in. Everybody lock the fuck in. Alright, next upkeep. Wilfred goes up to 2. Well, goodbye gate. Move to bottom. Oh wait. Hell yes. For those of you keeping track at home, we have now counted to 1 out of 10 gates 5 turns into this Commander game. I could play Walking Atlas, but this is the situation where I did not believe in Walking Atlas. I'll play Walking Atlas anyway, so that it and the land can crew Raiders Carve. I look at the top. God damn it, it's not a land. I go to my next turn. Wilfred counts for 3 now. I can get the Satchel. I can get the Mirror, or I can get the Amulet. I feel like I have to get the Satchel here, right? It's a non-land permanent. Beautiful. Next turn. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. No stopping this car. All gas. Other things that have happened in this game. Somebody has given birth to a child. The Stompy player is questioning, as Eric Baum points out, why their commander got countered when they were just trying to have a good time. The Izzet player has yet to successfully stick 1 single creature. And here we are, 1/10 of the way to our inevitable victory. We do 2, reveal top. Oh fuck, it's our guy. Non-creature. We gain 2 life! Fuck! That's so good. We go to our next upkeep. Wilfred checks 4. So we get Psychic Paper. We throw away the Gate Tutor. We draw a card. Fuck yeah. God loves us. God loves us. 2 out of 10, baby. Reveal the top. We gain 2 life. We gain 2 life. This can't. Every day we disrespect Sheldon's memory a little bit more. This can't be what's going on. Oh, paper's in play. Sorry for that disrespect. We have psychic papers on the field, guys. Watch the fuck out. We can crew the Raiders carve. Fuck yeah, Compass Gnome is here. He's on top of the library. Next turn, Wilfred Mott goes to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fucking hell, these 3 are going away because it has to be non-land. I feel like we want to put Compass Gnome out because at this point we want to get Urza's Cave. But it is happening, you guys. It is happening. We crew the carve. We put Urza... Oh my god, it shuffled me. Who cares? Urza's Cave was up here and I'm getting it back. We get Urza's Cave out. Fuck yeah. We tap more mana to check the top. Fuck yeah, we get Planar Nexus out. Oh, I hit my hand so hard. Oh god. Alright. And we have settled the wreckage, so like, if the Stompy player finishes killing the Izzet player, then, and they turn towards us, we can do exactly one thing to delay them. Hold on, guys. I'm just this. I mean, this is just the cardboard equivalent of what demented millionaires do on private islands. Like, I'm getting flashbacks to middle school English class when I read The Most Dangerous Game, and that one guy was like, "I've been so rich for so long, the only horizon left to chase was hunting down man itself," and instead it's just Emperor trying to make these absolutely fucky ass combos work. Like, you can, we can Emperor, but should we? How do we account for the 2 board wipes that have happened because of the irresponsible Stompy player? We fucking pretend. We look them dead in the eye and we say, "You wouldn't board wipe a grandpa?" And we convince the pod to let us cheat at Magic. Or like we replay Wilfred and we start counting up again. It's gonna take 3 business days to execute this combo anyway. But we go to our next turn. So now we can sack the cave. If this is, we have the gate mana. There's some land that like untaps another land. And so, but we have no mana dumps. Goddamn. Fuck it. Gone Gate. So that gates enter, or actually it should probably be Maze's End. Because I have so many, right? Yeah, it's any land. Maze's End so that I can begin converting this mana into doing something. Oh, and I would have, there's like a Wilfred for 6. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. I get the time bug. I get the fucking time bug. Who cares? I can also use the satchel What do I get? I gain 2 life, baby. You're not taking me. You're not taking me, Grim Reaper. You stand the fuck back. Weathertop to untap this. 2 into Baldur's Gate, which we should have enough gates to pay for Maze's End. So then we get a Maze's End turn as well. Isn't that beautiful? I get... Or no. This is now the time for gates enter the battlefield untapped. This isn't a fucking gate, son of a bitch. Fine. Fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. The two color Maze's End player has won the game at this point. We don't draw this because this is Wilfred for 7. Alright, it's over for these bitches. We have Mind's Eye now. We have Mind's Eye. We fucking win. And then we draw for turn. Hell yeah, Basilisk Gate, baby. So I think we're still doing Maze's End, untap Maze's End, float mana to Baldur's Gate, to Maze's End. Get Heap Gate. We can Walking Atlas. I think getting Maze's End out again will set us up for like a double turn. So we're 9 turns in. As long as nothing bad has happened to us, it's gonna happen. We have the pieces. We have Psychic Paper. We have almost every natural gate out of the deck. I think we have a thing that... Oh, bottom of our library. God damn it. I thought this could actually get Urza's Cave back. I just... We do, hey, we do have Amulet of Vigor, Luxanu. The thing I need to impress upon all of you is some of you will look at this just non-stop car crash driven by a man whose license should have been taken from him decades ago and go, clearly you have not thought this through. Emperor has thought this through. All of the good cards that you're like, oh, this would be so good for this. Oh, this could be an untap effect. Oh, this could be a tutor effect. They are in the deck and up on the cork board in Tromid Lob's basement with little red string betwixt them. Alright? He has thought about this. Definitely too much. He has thought about this. And I don't know that I can ever sign off on its existence as a commander deck. Now, as a metaphor for the inevitable march of time and our eventual death, flawless, no notes. As a functional bracket 3 Maze's End combo deck, this is more of a diagnosis than a commander deck. But I think you have done the absolute best version of it that you can. Genuinely, we could play the one. Genuinely, I think the One Ring would be perfectly fine in here. I mean, there's like any form of colorless card advantage would be great. The thing that's hard is typically if mono white wants the space to do something, mono white purchases that real estate by doing stacks. We do not have the space to buy stacks pieces because all of it has to be literal real estate. Do we have terrain generator? How about you shut the hell up? How about you shut the hell up about that? So I think this is... I mean, this is assuredly the world's first instance of... Hey man, those game changers are cool. That shit is bracket 2 as hell, brother. Because I think the only one's Enlightened Tutor. Like, I think this is... This deck's place in the ecosystem is as a predator of slow precons. Like, you play this at a precon table and you tell people, like, hey guys, you got like an hour and a half, but after that, I'm gonna have to clock out and tell you guys about some interesting card interactions. Then you're gonna die. So I think it's cute. I agree with not game changing it up, because I think as it is, you would fuck up. You would absolutely fuck up the 2010s precon. Right? You lock this shit in a room with the Aether Drift precons, the Call Time precons, ain't nobody walking out but Wilfred, alright? Wild Willie, as they call him. You put this shit in a room with Ulalek, you are not finding his body. And so I think it's fine to rule 0 at bracket 2 as is. I would not just like throw in game changers to make it better. I think we talked about the beamer, we talked about the world map. This is truly heinous, and this is a testament to the power of the human spirit and their willingness to do things you probably shouldn't do. This gives me the same emotions as when I watch a man like free climb the outside of a building without any safety gear. So Emperor, thank you so much. Emperor, thank you so much for the submission. I hope I was able to provide you something, although I know it can't possibly be what you need. We're going to put the manual ad break through and 5 more minutes on the vamp clock. And then Ricky Bean, if you are here, it's your time. If you're not, it's Skinny's time. And I'm going to go use the bathroom. Before we go, give me black. Give me black. Deck of the year in my... Oh, gate deck of the year in my opinion. I mean, I think this is like... You could keep this in a suitcase and go, if your deck cannot outpace this, you have to give up. I think this is the slowest acceptable dream that you are still allowed to dream. Or if your deck can't outpace this, you are bracket 1 and you need to own it. Because this guy is like right on the edge of us forcing him into long-term care. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright, motherfuckers, I've vomited. I've sneezed all the blood out of my nose. I am ready for whatever deck is going to follow up this one. Watson should add a link to this deck in their bracket system. A link to this deck under bracket 3 wrongly. Okay. Davos, I'm looking at viewer decks on Twitch right now. Mazes end, but games don't. We're gonna go back to 5 minutes on the vamp clock, and then I haven't seen Ricky Bean. Has anybody else seen Ricky Bean? Do I sound crazy? Do I sound crazy, or is Ricky Bean nowhere to be seen? And then Vaxrung, are you good to go after Skinny? Or are we gonna get fucked if we push you back any further? Reconom, I have a habit of going off topic, tangenting off of questions people ask me in chat, and so the vamp clock is twofold. The first purpose of the vamp clock is to make sure that I'm roasting people in an appropriate time scale. The second piece is I'm going to be hiring somebody to clip my streams, and I want to make it easier for that person to know what sections are going to have variety content. Because like Mango's handling making all the videos out of the deck roasting content, and so I want to have somebody who's like, hey, you're just looking to see if I do any particularly funny bits in the variety parts, and so I want to have like, there's 20 to 30 minutes per stream in these 5-minute segments. These are the variety parts where I'm going to be yapping about stuff. Wilson, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. I'm going to... and then Trobert, if you are still around, I have submitted a refund request for you through Ko-Fi, since we had, for the mistaken $5 deck roast submission. So 5 minutes on the clock. Let me start looking at things I missed. Skinny asked, how has Dredge felt about an EDH? I've not been putting those cards in my mill decks because it's stinky in 1v1, but I'm hamstringing myself for no reason. Dredge is totally reasonable. The things that are going to make it crazy... It's old meth head Kermit. That is what's going to make Dredge crazy. If you, there are some lines, like Gitrog Monster, Dakmor Salvage, and then you end the turn. I think you can deterministically win the game from most situations from there. And so that is what makes Dredge fucked up. If you're just doing Dredge to enable a self-mill plan, it's probably going to be bracket 3 if it's good, but it's not insane. There's much more foul shit we're getting up to. There's much more foul shit. Hogak in Commander, not a problem. Gack on it crazy style, brother. Kermit the later years. Also, Felix Royale, thank you for the 21 months in a row at tier 1. Hey, Mald, hope your weekend's going well. You do such an excellent job of balancing chat in the stream. It's a skill exhibited by great streamers. Thank you so much. Have you seen the card Earthbind? You horny motherfucker. You were trying to butter me up so I'd slide down easier, weren't you? You dumb son of a bitch. You think 21 months is long enough time to bait me before you switch up on me? Get me to post not safe for work art on stream? I'll have your toenails for this. For those of you who have not been exposed, Earthbind is like... What the hell are we doing here, guys? What the hell are we doing here? It's cute! There's a lot of things this art is. I would not put cute on any of them. I mean, listen, does it make me feel some type of way? Sure. Sure, it makes me feel some type of way. Felix, we have pulled this up before, which is why I had a bit ready to go as soon as I cast Shibari. She has less clothes every time that art is pulled up, I swear. How do I convince my pod that Thoughtseize is actually based and Grief is a totally fair card? Nick, the only person you are harming by playing Grief and Commander is yourself. Hand Rip is so bad, dog. The only... Hand Rip is so fucking awful. It's not... One for wanting your opponent's permanence is not efficient. One for wanting your opponent's hopes and dreams is woefully bad. My meta has a lot of combo. Play a counterspell, motherfucker. Play a stacks piece. Bird is the motherfucking word. My meta has a lot of combo. But it's so funny. I mean, the thing is, so here's the other side of this. If your group is playing combo and they cannot handle being disrupted by an objectively bad card, you're trying to convince babies that broccoli is fine. I don't know, man. Maybe show them, replace the art of Grief with the art of Earthbind. Like, that's the level of emotional decision making that we're working with. Because it's one thing to be like, oh, this is a bad card. Oh, it's a bad card that can fuck up your combo because your combo's bad. If they're like, that's bullshit, that is just like whatever coping mechanisms they have built up in their mind to kick in whenever their inner 5-year-old goes like, oh, a bad thing happened to me, therefore it's unfair. It just means that is not functioning in Commander, which is a very common thing that people deal with. But if you get hit with Thoughtseize, emotional damage has occurred. It is fine to be hurt. It is fine to swear a blood vendetta against that person. If you go like, Thoughtseize is unfair, we gotta meditate, brother. We gotta meditate. Tuscan Fury, thank you for the 250-bit cheer. Bird is indeed the word. Now, if you're like Thoughtseizing or if you're doing Grief in a Turgid deck, I will get you. But if this is just like in your Grixis whatever deck and it's anti-combo, I don't know, man. It's just bad. People are calling them king-making cards. I will extend the vamp just for that. I can almost see that in the context of this is such a bad card that you are guaranteeing one person gets fucked and whoever you didn't Thoughtseize probably has free reign to combo off. Outside of that extremely specific line of reasoning, that's bullshit. But it is that, like, I could see complaining about, you know, oh god, here comes discard Daniel to totally brick one of us, and then the other two people just get to combo off, and Daniel has no other interaction, and so they can't politic or they can't stop a win attempt on the stack or anything. That I could kind of understand. But even that, it's like, unfair is crazy. Like, them calling it unfair makes me think this is just baby rage. Is the intel value from hand ripping a value to consider to a minor degree? Yes, but it is quite minor. Turn 1, not late in the game at all. Yeah, calling that king making is just like, I don't know, is it king making when I swords to plowshares your commander who's part of your combo? Like, if is it king making if I evoke fury to shoot your goblin? Right? That's kind of the line we're working with here. How do I convince my pod that this is kind of funny if turn 1 Thoughtseize is king making? This is a genuinely interesting question. How do we convince them it's funny if they think it's king making? Is is the person you are casting this on calling it kingmaking, or do the other members of the pod agree? Have they unionized against targeted discard? They've unionized against it. I know I'm a bad person because my gut response was to play a hardcore stacks deck and show them what this shit was really like. How powerful is the pod? Are they, like, when we talk about combo, are they trying to win turn 1, turn 2? How do they react to thought seizes on later turn? Because there is kind of the contention, if nobody is attempting to combo off on turn 1 or turn 2, I am inclined to agree that you are putting 2 people down on resources for no reason. And the thing that's funny about that is there's a little bit of dramatic irony when I go, what if, in this game that is meant to be about strategy and tactics, I kicked myself in the nuts such that a lever would kick you in the nuts at the same time? Like, that is the bracket 3, bracket 4. Okay. Because the situation in which turn 1 Thoughtseize is even considerable is when you get to go before the person who tends to combo up. I mean, breakfast, here's the thing. It is fine. We're not working out whether it's fine or not. We're working out how to heal the, like... We're working out how to heal whatever emotional wound these people are opening up whenever they get Thoughtseized. And so... Right, and we have stacks players. It's hand rip specifically that's a problem. That's so crazy. Like, it's so insane to me that we're okay with good ways. Like, if somebody plays a stacks piece that influences one... Because another thing we could be dealing with, one thing that happens a lot, one thing that happens a lot at casual commander players, casual commander tables, is people will conflate things they do not like with things that are unfair. A difficult L you might need to hold in this situation is if you play regularly with these 3 people and they have all collectively decided we really don't like this. Even if they are making the linguistic mistake of calling it unfair rather than just owning up that they are babies because of, like, ego timers or whatever, they're still right in the sense of, if we removed the language of unfairness and 3 of your friends came to you and said, hey, we really don't like it when you play these cards, can you please not play them? It's reasonable to try a different strategy. And even if you're not sympathetic to your friends' plights, you're never going to convince them that it's fun. Which is really what we're trying to work out here. Because we know that it's fair. We know it's not broken. We know that you find it funny. We're here as a third party to tell you, yes, that is kind of funny. But even if it's a skill issue for them. But whether it's a skill issue or not, if 3 of your friends have gone, hey, we really don't like this, please don't do it, at that point, that's where it kind of ends. Like, either you play it and you just take the heat for it, or you don't, but you're not going to... Like, I think the thing is, they probably, deep down, they probably know it's fair. They probably know it's fair, and I don't know what happened to them in their very first game of Magic. What got thought seized in that fateful game that made them be like, I hate hand rip forever. But I don't think we can fix that. I mean, Geckomancer, I used to agree with you. I would just advise go to a CEDH, like make a CEDH deck, but every time you would have a counter spell, replace it with hand rip. And tell me how it goes. I like the hand information. I love learning more about what's in somebody's hand. I love like maybe forcing them to use a counter spell just to stop me from the forced discard. I love fucking up people's plots. One of my favorite activities. However, if you try to navigate a game in which you have fewer counter spells because you have more hand rips, you are almost all where combos exist. You are almost always going to come out of that game being like, fuck man, I should have had counter spells. Or not even where combos exist, but like into the Gishath ramp player, if I hand rip you and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take the cultivate, and then they cast just a different ramp spell. But I do feel you on, it's way more fun to hand rip. Like if I'm in Brawl, as soon as I'm back to 1v1, I love hand rip so much. And like the guy who's making hand rip great in Commander for the first time ever is Kefka, because now it's netting you up on resources. Thoughtseize is just counterspell in the past. I have exclusively been playing Brawl for like 2 years now. No pod. Oh, that's it then. I'm not like, no dunks. That is 100% it. Hand rip in 1v1. It's not the most efficient thing ever, but hand information and dumping out a thing that is potentially uncounterable, like, yeah, that's totally fine. I use hand rip in Brawl all the time. It's rude as fuck. I'm specifically talking about when you have 3 other people, then hand ripping one guy or girl or they or them, and leaving the other 2 people alone starts to get real rough. How about using hand disruption as a politicking tool? It's doable, but all of these things are like, it's let's think about it this way. In terms of overall efficiency, I don't need a slide for this, I need MS Paint. In terms of overall efficiency, like here's hand rip's power on the graph. Don't worry about it being lumpy. Here's counterspell's power. All of the little things that you get from hand rip, like you get to learn a little bit of information. That helps a little bit. Ooh, you can politic by revealing people's hands. And these jumps are even smaller than I'm drawing. They help, but they just don't get you anywhere close to the overall power of having a counterspell in 4-player Magic. Flimsy Chair, thank you for the drink water redeem. I appreciate you looking out for my health. So if you love... So I think, Nick, for you, it's probably just don't play hand rip or do this. This isn't king making. If you want to make people discard stuff, this is your hand rip. This is bracket 3, bracket 4. This makes people, they get to choose. But if you want to do like turn 1 Thoughtseize, I would recommend you got to take that energy out and brawl, baby. That is the that is the like Siberian prison camp that you get to run into in like Call of Duty and just use as a shooting range. Exactly, Nico. Yeah, you can there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. Okay, so Skinny, we're gonna put you in the chair, baby. Good Lord, I just had like, that was not polite, you guys. I'm sorry. Spooky. This is an Essex Fractal Bloom deck masquerading as a Taval deck. Why do you motherfuckers take everything good from me? Essex deck. Access with Taval, just access to black. That's all we need it for. You know, we got a pride event just for you, you evil motherfucker. And yeah, you should be limited to only having this once a year. Sealing of the deck is turn 3 or 4. Victimize out Essex plus Avenger of Zendikar. Awful. Awful. Board resets. Of course you did. Of course you did. Aetherize, Aether Spouts, Massacre Worm, Ingaruk's Wake, Plague Wind. I fucking hate that this is the best execution of the type of advice I give on interaction. This is perfect. This is all high value, high mana stuff that is going to deal with all of the problems you could potentially have. And I hate that you're the one doing it. Typical black mana stuff. Okay, so here's reanimation bullshit. Probably all fine. So 10 is that we'll see 1 a game. Stinky, stinky man. 40 lands. Make stupid stupider, and me are stupid. Couldn't have said it better myself. I imagine this is how the writers at The Onion feel anytime Trump speaks. Means to an end. Okay, so here are our paths for tutoring. Plan B for backside. Oh, that's fucked up. Plan G for good cards. So we have Muldrotha. We have my boy Mothra. Bane of Progress. Listen, man, I love Dimir. Bro is not in Plan G. Bro does not have the clearance to be part of the good card plan. Secret Commander, aka Plan A for awesome. Alright, so the first time we would make tokens, we choose a creature that's not Essex, and we make that many tokens. Targets for Essex. Fucking horrible. With Zendikar, it's, yeah, truly insane. Diluvian Primordial. Oh, okay. I gotta come to you as a friend now, Skinny. Because I love the Waterfall baddie. She does kind of suck. It depends on the pod you are playing in. I've had a number of decks where I've tried to resolve this. It has universal flop. This is like, it looks like it should be 2010's Katy Perry, and it always plays like modern day Katy Perry. The rest of these are genuinely evil. Token Maker. Okay, creature cards, leave your graveyard. I guess sure, we do want it to be... We got 27 creatures though. I think this is... God, what is it about Taval players and always thinking they can run Insidious Roots? Actually, no. No, actually. This is fine. This will work perfectly. There are not any better options for cards you can play than this. I'm not going to tell you. Sure. Fine card. Gotcha. All right. Trash and treasure. Good, reasonable, health. Never mind. Well, I guess we have to discard. So, like, mostly good and reasonable card draw. Turn 3 commander. Brilliant. This was missing from the previous Taval deck we saw. Veggies, but we feed them to the dogs so we can eat more meat. Yeah, this is probably fine. Combined with the board clears that we saw earlier. All right. I'm just going to go straight to the playtest, see how this works so far. This feels right now. No, this Tasty Lawn, I would guesstimate this is right on where bracket 3 should be. I'm going to play through a full playtest to us getting a win con, but bracket 3 should be like turn 7 in a vacuum. I should be threatening lethal. Unless I kept a really bad hand. All right, so I have Grave Reaver. I would love to do the turn 1 trickery, but I don't have a reanimate spell in hand. So I'll draw for turn. No reanimate spell. I will not be a little fucked up cheater. I'm going to surveil that into the graveyard in case I get a reanimate spell. I'll shock Breeding Pool to Signet. This becomes Zagoth Triumph, which comes in untapped because I'm just fucking like that. Turn 4. So we have Plague Wind. I think Turn Timber Symbiosis is more important. Do I need the mana here? So if I get 3 cards, this will go down to 5 mana. I do. I'm going to pay 3 life. I swing Taval turn 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, all my good motherfuckers. I get my fetch land back out. I'm going to exile these 3, pay 5 mana to Treasure Cruise. I'm going to dump Hornet Queen. The Death Touchers could be... No, I'm going to dump Hornet Queen. Turn 5. Morphic Pool. I will Frantic Search. Draw 2. Excellent. We'll get this in there. Fuck a Signet, bro. Untap all my lands. So I have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. I will delve 1 to tap out. And I will get Golgari Grave Reaver. ETB, I'll mill 3. Who gives a fuck about these cards? I'll attack with Taval, I'll mill 3. I get my Secret Commander. Turn 5, the game plan is happening. Is this one or more? Put one of them. Okay, so I get Essex out. And now I get to... Now I think this is going to get... Oh, I have no lands in grave. Oh, no, I would have. Verdant Catacombs would have become a different land. So, Skinny, this is how I think this is supposed to play out right here. Verdant Catacombs comes back to field after Essex has been brought back by Colossal Grave Reaver's ability. Or does... Actually, I don't think it can interrupt the resolution of Taval's ability. So we would... Oh, but we would have the land out. We would have a trigger on the stack to make a 2/2 zombie, and Essex would be in play. So Essex comes back out. We get a trigger to make a 2/2 zombie. We make an extra Colossal Grave Reaver. We mill 3. We don't hit any creatures, though. But Verdant Catacombs has to start becoming lands. So we get both of these. We get a Surveil. Fucking hell, man. We surveil Diluvian Primordial and we get it into play. This is for each... Yeah, for each opponent. So we hope other people have cast good shit. We go to our next turn, we cast In Garruk's Wake, and we begin attempting to murder people. I think we could playtest more from here, but this is Power Fantasy. We are deep in our Minecraft creative mode bag at this point, because we have 9 cards we mill a turn. If we ever hit a creature, it will come to field. And when it comes to field, so when 6 comes to field for this thing attacking, we will get a trigger to make a 2/2 zombie, which Essex can use to make another Colossal Grave Reaver. We get Muldrotha out. We get Sidisi out. We get Avenger of Zendikar out. And then we just fucking win. That's gross. There should probably be a link at bracket 3 for this is what you're doing. This is 100% how a bracket 3 deck wants to be operating, and I am truly disgusted. And then this guy just hardcore sucks. Straight up though. This guy, so this guy sucks mega ass. So there's, let's see, let me look at the guys where I hate that I can't call you wrong because you're a dirty fucking Simic token player and you're masquerading as a cool Sultai player, but I can't call you wrong. You've hit bracket 3 on the nose. All I want to give you is more shit that is going to blow the ceiling off, like when you get to copy Colossal Grave Reaver or Avenger of Zendikar. Diluvian Primordial specifically, I don't like only because we don't get to take stuff from our own graveyard. If this let us pick stuff up out of our own graveyard, I would be like, hell yeah, type shit amazing. We could do Astro Dragon, but we don't have a ton of targets other than like mana rocks. Sepulchral Primordial, kind of the same deal, where we're only robbing our opponents, and so we're dependent on other people playing dope shit, as opposed to if we play Colossal Grave Reaver, we get to play more of our own dope shit. So let me go to blue, black, green, mana value greater than or equal to like 6. Creature. I'm gonna give you the VV treatment of let's find you a big dumb shithead that's gonna look really cool. Archon of Cruelty, genuinely too fair. Is my LGS in denial about their decks? This feels borderline 4 to me. Like if someone did this to me in a bracket 3 game, I would feel disgusted. Well, okay, so Aang, there's 2 things to consider. 1, that's a good playtest. 2, that's a playtest where nobody interacts with anything we do. If nobody interacted with the run out of this deck, that is 100% your fault. Like on some level, bracket 3 is a level where you are doing stuff where if people don't interrupt you, you're just going to win quite quickly. Bracket 4, people are trying to like combo win in like 2 turns in. So this is just rude for no reason. We will go to EDH Rec because you are, God, you're a Simic player, so you're just looking for generically good motherfuckers. That was just a like good run out for a bracket 3 deck. Rampaging Baloths is certainly a way to turn on Essex, but I don't know if it's a tremendous Essex target. Hear me out. Hear me out, skinny. Skinny, win more, 666. Does Essex say it has to be a creature token? Hold on. 1 or more tokens of any kind. Now, I'm not going to try to sell you on this replacing Diluvian Primordial. I'm going to try to sell you on this replacing Primal Vigor. I think so doubling Season and Primal Vigor, I think are the most sauceless parts of the deck. This is like gas station condiments level of heat. This is real fucking funny. You you punch somebody with old Gnawbone, make 7 whatever you wants. We're gonna replace the Primordial, but I think there's an even cooler thing to replace the Primordial with. Yeah. Okay, so I like that. I think this is just more like generic, yeah, wow, this is really good, whatever. This is stupid, right? I'm not even going to genuinely recommend this. You could shoot your own lands for triggers. I'm just going to say, because what I want most out of Essex is I don't want us to be trying to build an engine that will pump out one crazy token every turn. I want us to build like, I'm going to execute this heavy air quotes combo, and I'm going to get 3 to 5 fucked up crazy tokens. Taval brings them back. This is like genuinely good interaction piece. And if we ever reanimated him, there is a funny thing you can do with Essex on top of this, and it's just a good solid reanimator. This is Cascade, so it doesn't do anything. See, this is just this is healthy, right? Doubling Season, Primal Vigor, those are like gas station hot dogs in terms of sauce. This is like a $15 salad from Whole Foods. It's good for you. It's going to get the job done. But you're not going to feel that cool. This is just rude for no reason. I don't think Cultivator Colossus really does it for us. Now, before I recommend this or not, do you think you could last in prison? Don't read into it, just simple yes or no. If you had to go in for like, I don't know, 5-10 years, you think you come out alive? You know how to keep your head down, eat your oatmeal, be a good boy? Yes? Alright, then we're going to put in Agent of Treachery. I think this is like, as a reanimation target, great. As an Essex target, even better. So I think, genuinely, this is what I would play instead of Diluvian Primordial. That is in part bias because I am an unlucky person when I play Commander. But every time I have played Diluvian Primordial, I have been sad about what I can take. This is same mana value. You are always going to feel fine because floor, you steal a land. Ceiling, you steal their commander. Vaulted ceiling, ceiling above the glass ceiling that you are breaking with your Simic token bullshit, you're stealing 3 things a turn and they just scoop to you. And then you have, like if you do, oh, you're gonna need an active Adderall prescription for this one though. Because if you do get an Essex turn with Agent of Treachery, you steal a bunch of things, you end your turn with 4 agents of Treachery who all draw 3 cards because you own a bunch of permanents, or you control a bunch of permanents you don't own, and so you're gonna like draw 12 if this ever goes up. Yeah. Oh god, indeed. Yeah, so I like that guy. Like, the only downside to it is it's not going to make you even more tokens, but it's replacing something that doesn't make tokens. That's okay. I generally like clones and I generally like Autumn Soldier, but you would have to use that in some extremely specific ways to convert in the way you want it to. We don't have a ton of artifact creatures. Threefold Thunderhulk is not a bad token maker, and this is where I'm gonna start being mean to Insidious Roots. I don't think it's bad to turn the like creature tokens into mana dorks. I think unless we get Colossal Grave Reaver, creatures leaving our graveyard is not that common. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it could happen once a game. Unless it's this guy, in which case it's happening forever and ever. I think you would probably be happier, and then, by the way, we just shoot this guy in the head. We'd probably be happier with a token generator that was... I mean, God, genuinely... Genuinely, this is fruits and veggies compared to Insidious Roots. It's like, do something. My deck might be able to do this versus I'm going to have this happen every single turn and I'm going to have a chump blocker about it. Because we're also too low on creatures to be on this kind of like, oh, I'm just slamming creatures out of the graveyard. Versus the other thing is like Black Market Connections. That's happening every turn. Tival's Judgment. That's happening every turn our commander swings because it doesn't mandate that it's a creature card. Fuck you. Fuck you twice. But the rest of these are all extremely deterministic. I think Insidious Roots is a little bit hopeful and at minimum could become Bitter Blossom. Although I do see you're like hoping and praying you resolve this with Avenger of Zendikar. What's up, G-Dog? March of the Dreadhorde. Turn 3 commanders, all reasonable. I'm not going to question any of that. Clone Legion's quite funny. If we can kill Scarab God for the only problem with this is it costs so much goddamn money, and we only really care about counting to 4 and then trying to lie to the IRS. But God, is Clone Legion a funny fucking card. I've never once... This is like my jet ski of Commander, in that no matter how bad the game is going, I have never been frowning when I cast Clone Legion. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's some, like, crazy complicated Essex turn you can do with it, but it's either a phenomenal Essex turn, it's either a phenomenal turn for you without Essex on the field, or... hey, you got board wiped, but somebody else didn't. Now I steal. I don't like Dreadhorde Invasion over Bitter Blossom because we want to make as many tokens as possible. And this just stacks counters after it makes the first token. This could go in our this could go instead of Clone Legion for like our big board wipe section. This could be kind of fucked up. If we have Essex out, it could make us a fat lot of tokens in the late game. And if we don't have Essex out, it can be used as a pseudo one-sided board wipe. Let me see if there's any other fucking hilarious giant creatures. No. If we're only making 1 token a turn, we want it very cheap. We do not want to be spending 4 mana to then get 1 token a turn. True. Hold on, Skinny. Talk to me. We gotta find room for my goat. We have to be able to find room for my goat, man. Plan G for good cards. Plan G for Bahamut. We can't tell me Scarab God's on the list and this guy isn't. Go down to 14 lands. I considered Field of the Dead Mall, but I thought the other game changes I had were better. Is this true? Yes, 100%. Your deck is not really focused on the landfall aspect unless it gets Avenger of Zendikar out, at which point land for turn is good enough. Field of the Dead type land shenanigans are very much, I'm making a ton of lands enter per turn, I'm scape shifting. There are a ton of Field of the Dead packages that are good and are just not on the vibe that you are doing. Your vibe is plan A for awesome. I'm going to get another nosebleed if I look at Essex for too long. But your plan is Reanimator trouble, Reanimator bullshit, double trouble. Bahamut was not out yet. Perfect. Then yeah, let's get Bahamut in this. See, man, fuck this card. Fuck this guy too. I kill both of these guys. I cycle them into exile. And then I still have no lands. Fuck. I mulligan this hand. Hell yeah, we have Dread Return, Runescarred Demon. So I draw for turn. I don't think doing the silly, goofy store up Dread Return is going to be worth it. So I'm just going to Talisman. I have to do the Boggart thing, but turn 3 Taval. It's happened. Surveil 1. We'll just get that into the grave for now, since it's getting milled with Taval anyway. 1, 2, 3, land a field, and I get a zombie. I have mana to spend, but so I could flash back a creature, which I don't have yet. I can like Assassin's Trophy something if they do anything mean to me. Damn, we almost have Grave Reaver mana. Okay. I hardcast Runescarred Demon. I name Essex, and I name Agent of Treachery, which we're just going to pretend is in this deck. And I ask them, which path would you like me to walk down? Chat, somebody tell me which of these goes to my hand and which one goes to my graveyard. I will accept the first answer I see. Essex Grave. Alright, so Essex goes to grave. We have this guy in our hand. We swing, we mill 3. We get Yavi Maya back to field, and then we're tapped out. On our next turn, we have... Well, we have enough mana to just Dread Return Essex. I also have another zombie druid. So I Dread Return Essex. We haven't made tokens yet this turn. God, I wish Scarab God was something cooler, man. Boy, howdy. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we would just... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe we would just Grave Reaver instead. Because we can't do anything heinous with Essex right now. We get nothing. We mill for Taval. We get this bitch. Then at the end of our turn, we can get Essex back. And then we probably win in a turn or two between an Agent of Treachery setup and a Sheoldred setup. And so Yeah, I think the only thing that I would want is over the token makers that we already have, and rather than these doublers, I would like things that are better, that are like Hornet Queen, or that are like Avenger of Zendikar, or even Abhorrent Overlord, or even the fairer Coma, that are going to make us a ton. Like Black Market Connections, I think is reliable and makes us upside. And yeah, Taval makes us one. But I'm really just lining up for why we should shoot Insidious Roots in the chest 87 times. How about you honk somebody? Half X is kind of tough. But what if we honked somebody? Oh, Tendershoot Dryad is probably much better. Tendershoot Dryad is infinitely less funny and infinitely more jail time than the Goose. The Goose is like a funny, I dump a ton of tokens onto the field. Because Essex doesn't even mandate our turn, right? No, it does mandate. Oh, thank fuck. Thank fuck. No, Tendershoot is normal. Tendershoot is normal. We have a reason to want Goose Mother over Tendershoot. Because Tendershoot is just one every turn. It making stuff on other people's turns not relevant to us. So fucking goose 'em, bro. Goose 'em. Hydra Broodmaster. This is also a potential mana dump. I genuinely think I like the Goose Mother better just because it flies. We could do Awake in the Woods, yeah. I think Goose Mother is the funniest option available to us. I think Awake in the Woods is the most responsible option available to us, but either way, I would agree with either of these choices. You get to say the goose is loose! Would something like Hangerback Walker be too slow? I believe so, because your only way to turn this into the tokens is by having the is by dread returning it. I don't think you're not enough on sack to feel strongly about this. And also, like, what do you want to do with your soul time mana, man? This is about the path you want to walk as a person. You can play the Hangerback Walker that's like a 10/10 or whatever, or you can say the Goose Mother has given birth to 10 Bahamut's. What kind of life do you want to live? Do you want to win because you made Thopters? Or do you want to have the Octomom summon Saga Dragons? I know how I want to live. Do we have Turvagon? I don't think we do. There's potential here. I think this card's purpose is served by Old Gnawbones. I like Old Gnawbone better for the type of thing we want to do here. And genuinely, this list is kind of tight. This is a very well-made bracket 3 deck. We're not even nitpicking. I'm just trying to suggest other cool shit because this works. Gold Star. You have made a functional deck. I might hate the gimmick, but I cannot deny that you are living up to it. But like Gnawbone, Angry Bird and her enormous children, Bahamut. Yeah, the Provisioners could do it, but I think the Provisioners are like... I think this is a net loss on vibes, even though it is good. It's very solid. It will make tokens for Essex. It will make ramp for Taval. It will make ramp for anything. But everybody's using it, man. Everybody's using it. Nobody's goosing them, dude. And not to be too much of a hipster, but it's fun. It's fun when you get to honk people with cards they've never been honked by before. So those would be my suggestions. God, every time I see the Scarab God, my blood pressure goes up. I fucking hate this. See, and Skinny, this isn't even against you. I made a Scarab God brawl deck when I was still new to this game, and it failed so badly that I've hated the man ever since. I just can't ever forgive him. Does Stridehanger Automaton work the funny way or the good way? We just want more ways to make tokens in the first place. Like, the thing is, the interactions we have in this deck are so fucked up that we genuinely do not want to concern ourselves with what if it happened twice. If I get this fucking Essex Colossal Grave Reaver interaction to happen once, I'm winning. I don't know what you're doing. It's probably broke boy bullshit, but I'm winning. And so we don't want to be on like, oh, how do I get 2 tokens out of it instead? Because it's going to dilute the quality of the stuff we can hit. Shit, Raw. That's phenomenal. We're going to switching Duel on him, which is a new card that I've come up with that's not going to be released for 5 years. So this, we replace literally anything in your turn 3 Taval section. Because this is a mana dork for any color, and it will convert into an Essex Explosion. This is yet another pregnant entity that can give birth to a million Bahamуts. Newt, I think it could be. I think the deck's genuinely too good to be going for that shit. Spider Doll's crazy. Oh, Nick, it does work like that, but I think we'd rather just copy Grave Reaver once. Jojo, we do realize Essex is once per turn, which is why I'm looking for things that create a lot of tokens at once. I'm not trying to stack multiple single-use token makers. I'm trying to make 8 tokens one time. So yeah, do that. I hate how much I like this, and I think really we're just trying to improve on what is the ceiling of funny creatures we can put in, and put in the Spider Doll right now. But this is beautiful. This is about as close to peak as you can get. You are absolutely bang on for your power level. Thank you very much for the submission, and I hope you enjoyed some of our card suggestions, or at least exhaled heavily through your nose. We're gonna hit a manual ad break and then move to the next deck. Oh, Spider Doll better than Fanatic of Ronas. I'm not sure about that one. I am not sure it's better than Fanatic of Ronas, because an important thing we have to be apprised of is, what if the Essex plan isn't happening, and this guy tapping for 4 mana when we have Taval out? Very good. And so I would probably replace a Signet with it. Even though I know we're a little bit scared of board wipes, I think its upside is good enough that I would replace a Talisman with it, even though it's mandating that we have a green pip in our opening hand. But Fanatic of Ronas is just too... This is just too solid, just because we've resolved our commander. This is absolutely crazy. Skinny, don't look at it. You will be led astray. There is an Arcane Signet. It's tucked away behind the other stuff. Okay, manual ad break time. 5 minutes on the Vamp clock. Vaxrung It's your turn next. Oh my god, and we don't have Soul Ring. Holy shit, I'm so proud of you, brother. That's fucking... Oh, that's... Right? We... Oh my... Shake my fucking hand, dude. All right, we're back, everybody. Hey, how do I get you to check out a deck? I have a Bracket 3 Arwen deck I want you to roast. The number one way to get me to check out your deck is via one of three methods. We have a free roasting stream happening on Twitch the first Saturday of every month. After that, Ko-Fi commissions go live the first Sunday of every month, where you can buy into a scheduled roast if you have more money than patience. And some would say sense, but not me, because I love you if you do this. You can pay me $500 and on demand I will roast your deck. There's an updated primer in my email. Thank you, Vax. Then... we do, Carlos. We got that. I just love yapping. I'm just a big talker. I like using my mouth, Carlos. And quite frankly, I think many of you like how I use my mouth. So we have... Okay. We have 5 minutes of vamping to do. How does someone pay you $500 if they were so insane? I mean generous. It's via my Ko-Fi. That will allow you to join the Mango Money Moment Hall of Fame. You can also join the Mango Money Tripod Hall of Fame. This is if you pay $694.20, in which case I will get my girlfriend Z. I will interrupt whatever they are doing, and they will co-roast your deck with me. I'm going to get some water, and then we're going to reset the vamp clock, and then it will be Vax Rung's time. Vax Rung's time. We got a burp out of the way. Our water is refilled. Time to start vamping, ladies and gentlemen. Five minutes on the clock. Personal question from Whitebread. Do you enjoy animated Disney films? If so, do you have a favorite, and why is it your favorite? I used to be okay with them. I haven't watched any in a long time, and I don't think I would like them anymore because my ex-wife was a Disney adult, and that relationship is not one I want to remember. Yeah. From Disgruntled, we have people on the internet have gotten too fucking used to being able to say shit without getting several teeth knocked out. Discuss. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm not going to promote violence on my Twitch stream. However, motherfuckers have gotten too comfortable. I think there's like this weird mix of like, and I've seen it a lot from right-wing people. I've seen it from left-wing people as well, where they go like, oh, because it's the internet and nobody knows I'm a dog, I can say whatever the fuck I want and I can't expect people to like hold me to it if I say crazy out-of-pocket shit. And by the way, nobody's willing to stand on it. People have said some supremely out-of-pocket shit about me or to me on the internet, and they won't make fucking eye contact with me in person. Like, it's straight up embarrassing. Like, the number of people who are totally ready to start an argument online and not either follow it up or apologize in person. I've crashed out in my life. I've said unreasonable things. And then in person, I owned it. And I said, that's my bad. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry I did that. Do you accept my apology? Sometimes they have, sometimes they haven't. But so many people talk so fucking big on social media, or will like fucking vague tweet or vague post about shit and refuse to say anything directly. It's fucking embarrassing, man. I don't know how to fix it, but yeah, it's awful. Next rant, collector boosters, go. This will be the actually hot take. I think collector boosters are good. Sit with that for a moment. I think the problem with collector boosters is that Wizards is still trying to double dip on using how strong the cards are as part of the price. I think if we were able to divorce the price of the cards from how good they were, and we reprinted all of the good cards into Oblivion, but we didn't reprint the cool art styles, and collector boosters were just expensive as hell, optimal. How the world should be. They should be allowed to make money because we want to have shiny, shiny things. That's fine. What is not fine is when we have stuff where they're trying to make a ton of money about the shiny, shiny thing, and they're forcing you to pay a shitload of money to have a legal game piece if you want to participate in the game in any local events. Like, it's one thing for, oh, if you're going to play in the Pro Tour, if you're going to play in a tournament where we have tons of money on the line, you have to buy our equipment to use it. That's still kind of but I understand it. When it comes to like, oh, we can't let you play at F&M with proxies because Wizards will take away our WPN status, that's just fucking stupid. So if we could, in a world where we could limit it, and we could have the game pieces be affordable, and the collector boosters cost fucking $80 a pack, $100 a pack, who cares? And there's collectability for the people who want collectability, and they can flex their blinged out deck, but I can play some old and busted and dusty version that still takes the same game actions. I'm okay with looking less cool. Branching off my topic then, what's your favorite movie and why? One of my favorite movies of all time. What's it? It has Hugh Jackman. It has Christian Bale. The Prestige, yes. This is one of my favorite movies of all time. I've seen a lot of other good movies in my life. I could probably update this list, but I like this a lot. I think anyone who has ever engaged in any type of creative pursuit has something to identify with in this movie. It's really good. And that is the end of the Vamp Clock. We have random smasher passes I need to catch up on, so I will do those before we move into Vaxrun's deck. We have one from Shooter. We have one from Flimsy Chair. We have one from Snarky Saro. I think that's all of them. That is all of them. Beautiful. 3 random smasher passes. Line them up. Nope. One from Schwabeling. Beautiful name, by the way. Pass. I do not believe. I think these are too irregular and too rough for me to enjoy. Who is that? Who let him out of the house like that, man? There's an assortment to satisfy all your needs. Deep, fleeting, dirty, pure, scientific, philosophical, after, and even for a price. Okay, he's risen a little, but I will not fuck this nerd, man. Pass. Pass. Y'all ain't getting me. Furry allegations dead on the floor. Dead on the floor right next to people who wanted planeswalkers to be commanders. I'm hidden. It's a ghost. You gotta know what it feels like. Nah, that's life experience. I want to hear. I don't even care. They look fine. Whatever. I'm seeing what's up with the ectoplussy. I don't want to say the word on. I feel like I'll get demonetized if I say the full word on stream. So we're gonna call it the clariussy, the clarussy. Hey, thank you, Kravok. I appreciate that. I have not done Cormella Glamour Thief yet, Kalana. All right. Now, without further ado. Oh, right. Would I adopt the wolf gator? Because it's just an animal. So it's hexproof, which I'm going to assume is like my neighbors can't call the cops on it. If people do sneaky shit near me, he gets bigger. I genuinely can't. I don't think I can in good conscience. I want to. But like motherfuckers are on snake mode, you guys. It's going to get big forever. I'm not going to be able to feed it eventually. A few of these counters go on, I will not be able to house this animal. And so I could do like a timeshare thing where I like co-owned a forest where we let it live. And I would love to ride atop it. I have to be very specific with that wording. Like I would want it bound to me. I would soul bond with this animal. I do not think I would have it live in my home. Also, Re-Ink, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I would like this donation to go to Mango as an apology for misgendering her on stream the other day when I asked who did her avatar. Also, what if someone wanted to throw $500 at you today, just to have a future date for when they finish their deck to randomly pop up in stream and go, hey, ugly, my deck's finished, now go look at it? Or would you rather they just wait until they are ready? Couple ideas there. First of all, thank you very much for that very generous contribution to the dog pile. I'll say, don't worry about misgendering Mango when you had no idea who she was. Right? You had no context for understanding that. Although I appreciate your apology, and I'm sure she will appreciate the $10 that I throw down the basement steps in the form of pennies. For the throwing $500 at me thing, I would say that is on the theoretical person for how they want the spectacle to play out. It's a very big thing to donate $500 on stream. I appreciate it a lot. Chat always freaks out. And so I would 100% accept, here's $500. I want my redeem to be on layaway. The difficulties there are we can't interrupt joint streams with other people. And the second thing is it's sequencing out the excitement. Right? You're paying for it now. So the big exciting payment happens now. And then you can pop up and do it whenever you want. But also, like, you can pop up on, you can say, hey, ugly, check your Ko-Fi whenever you want to. So it's really about how you want the moment to play out. But, like, I'm not saying no to $500. The fuck you think I am? What? Right? What going on? What going on? Like, this shit happens, all I'm saying is thank you. All I'm saying is thank you. But I want whoever spends that money to get maximum excitement out of that money. Mythologist, thank you for the 10 months in a row at tier 1. Forgot I was giving you money on auto pay. How does it feel to be Netflix mauled? Good as hell, baby. Good as hell. How you been, Myth? It's been a minute. It's been a myth it. Scarelli, I was ahead of you on that drink water redeem. I got your ass. All right. It's Vaxrung's time. Let me pull up their email because they updated their primer. Okay, here's the updated primer. Let me find your original deck list. We're going to hell. Good. Okay. Primer. Recently in my pod, we had a discussion about the older mechanic, the storm scale. Oh, I fucked that up already. Recently in my pod, we had a discussion about older mechanics, the storm scale, and power creep. Their point was that there's no reason to play older cards since there's almost always something better in the most recent set. Nosebleed's coming back. So naturally, the next thing I started thinking about was how to build a deck that used cards that dated back from a time when Balance was a white board wipe made by Mark Poole. The game plan. Try to find and resolve Enduring Ideal as soon as possible. Then Shadow of the Second Sun, and then Dovescape. Protect myself or assemble a game lock. Multiply my enchantments and multiply my birds. If I'm not able to resolve Enduring Ideal, I sculpt my hand with any spell I can, find tutors because of Cody, and then Fractured Identity my commander to lock everybody else out so I have time to assemble Dovescape. Rule for the deck. The older the card is, the better. I don't want shrines, curses, or courts. Since we're talking about old cards, I'm using the first version of each card, and that's why the deck is $42,000. Specific questions. I focus on 5 mana spells only because of Fractured Identity. Should I change it or focus a different CMC? How to deal with card draw. Ascending an engine early game puts a break on my game plan, and after Enduring Ideal drawing cards is detrimental to me. But at the same time, if Enduring Ideal doesn't resolve, a draw engine would be good to have. Another way I thought about building the deck was removing all instants and sorceries and using adventures to cascade into Spell Shift and into Enduring Ideal. I decided against it because I find it too fragile. Any thoughts on this or how to make it work? That is a whole lot. That is a wild fucking ride. So we have a 5-color commander that says we can't cast permanents. For 4 mana, we can make Wooburg, and we can do instant or sorcery cascade for free. So it's revolve. So is this whole deck an actually? Sorry, I got lost in the combo sauce. Is the premise of this deck? My friends said old cards are bad, and so I came up with an 99 card combo deck to try to win with an old card when I could have. You could have gone Hisoka mode on them and slit their necks with a copy of Ancestral Recall. You know what this deck could have been? They could have said, old cards are bad, and you could have pulled up a picture of Black Lotus, printed it out, laminated it, rolled it up into a little bat, and then fucking hit them with it. But okay, so we want to win with old cards. Right, Cody target. So we're trying to Cody into a tutor. I want cards to be in my library. That seems unnecessary. This seems wildly unnecessary. Does this count as ramp? No. No. Well, I mean, listen, technically, why are we doing this? So we're focusing on 5 because why? Because of Fractured Identity? Let me find Fractured Identity. We're focusing on so is it we want as few things, we're focusing on 5 so that Cody's hit will always convert into a tutor to get the ideal. Yeah? Am I picking that up correctly? Justin is the only one who deserves permanence. Everything's black. I feel like we're about to get racist. Lands are creatures. Jesus God. You are not indestructible, Justin. You are Genocide Gary. Okay. Primary... Huh? That's not true. Don't say that. Don't tell me this is primary. What's this doing here? Why do we have the creepy oven in the middle of the... I thought the primary win con was Enduring Ideal. So we're getting this, and it's an epic spell. So the idea is Enduring Ideal, Dovescape out. And then for the rest of the game, we make birds. But doesn't this... Oh my god. The player draw... Okay. So doesn't Enduring Ideal into Dovescape... I mean, shouldn't we, right? Whitebread? Because if we go to Dovescape, Epic will make it so that every upkeep we are casting Dovescape's only to stacks? Oh god. Oh, I thought you were Genocide Gary. You're Non-Bo Martin. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Huh. Huh. Okay. So we're Dovescaping to prevent other people from playing non-creature spells. Okay, so it's from 2006, so that's quite old. My greatest worry about the deck is that a lot of it seems more suited to, rather than look at all these cool old cards, it looks a lot like one of those saw traps where the goal is say you're sorry about making fun of old cards. Say you're sorry about making fun of old cards right now, everybody. And I mean, I'll see how it plays first, but what I'm quite worried about is it seems like it's one, a really good thing when it works. When it works, I have you taped to a chair and there's a buzzsaw slowly moving towards you. When it doesn't work, I doubt your ability to participate in this game at all. Because we have mana cost restrictions that we are playing around for this Cody conversion. We are... When did this guy come out? Listen, as a guy who lives and dies for the bit, we have a huge problem when our bit about how fucked up and evil old cards are is entirely dependent on a commander that came out in 2021. Bro is not yet 5 years old. He is not yet learned like full language skills. And he is the crux of how we are making this happen. I think if we are... Because it does seem like we are trying to prove a point. It seems like we are trying to drive home the point of like, oh yeah? Well, old cards are really fucked up, you dumbass. And then we're hitting them with the Rube Goldberg combo machine. And I do think that point is undercut by having a commander who's relatively recent be the crux of cheating this up. Not Jared from Subway, Nick. Come on. Be a fucking adult. Come on. The deck wants to focus on old enchantments specifically. Okay. So let's look at what... This is our whole argument, right? Show people how good old enchantments are. This is... And I realize it's not helpful because we're probably going to go like, oh yeah, but I want it to be cuter than that. And what I want to drive home is the emotional point we are trying to make is inconsistent with the mechanical thing we are trying to do. If the emotional point we are trying to make is that there's no reason to play older cards since there's always something better in the most recent set, the point is 100% made by including things like Rhystic Study and including things like Necropotence. Right, I'm using Cody only to find Enduring Ideal to allow me to play enchantments. It's less of, I understand why you're doing it, and it's less of a mechanical question and more of where are we extracting the joy from? Like what is the dopamine loop of this deck? We're obviously not trying to do something that is mechanically optimal. We're trying to do a silly combo. And so what I want to know is what part of this is where the silliness is coming in. Because we have like this lock, I can understand what that is. This is basically never happening, but maybe we can find something else. We have... See, this sideboard to me looks like a PowerPoint night. This looks like a sideboard of, well, aren't these so cool? And so before I can offer any improvements, like, the roast is me holding up a mirror and showing you this. This is you. This is you, but you don't even want to kill them. You want them to apologize to, what was it, Rising Waters? You are kidnapping the children and trying to make them apologize to forced fruition. And and I'm your therapist, and I would like to sit down with you and understand why this sentence has turned into a deck. Because we obviously have the mechanical skill to support the thing we are trying to do. We can get the tutors to do it. We have a backup plan to get, is this just like infinite birds? Because do we get the birds even if the spell is not like successfully countered? So do we do Dovescape, Guile, and then every time I play a non-creature I make infinite birds? Like, I'm assuming Vampiric Tutor and Imperial Seal are not old enough, which is another thing I want to question. Like, what is the cutoff? Because we said the older the better, but then the crux of the deck is 2021, which is not very old at all. And if we said, well, why aren't you playing Garth One-Eye? The answer would probably be Garth One-Eye is not good enough, at which point we have defeated our own point and all the internet debaters are laughing at us. Let me just see how this plays. So we can get to 2 green. Okay, but getting to green gets us to black, which gets us Demonic Tutor. All right. So I'll keep this hand. I'll flip this to green, I'll get an Elves of Deep Shadow. I'll flip this to blue. I'll play a Llanowar Elves. I'll Demo Tutor Enduring Ideal, because that's plan A. We've taken a damage for this. We play a Plains. Is there anything we'd want to do instead of Cody? Not really. Play Cody. So for 4 mana we can make 5, which means we're at 6 mana right now, so we can't do Enduring Ideal, but we can do like Spin into Myth. We can do Increasing Ambition. So I'll float Wooburg. And I'll blow up whatever scary shit other people have done. And that cascades into an instant or sorcery, which is going to take us a while to find. Profane Tutor. So we get Profane Tutor. I don't even know what we would put to hand in this situation. Like, I might be Profane Tutoring for a land so that I can cast Enduring Ideal on my next turn. I will get Mana Confluence off of my Profane Tutor. So turn 5, I've now done it. I have to Cody for it, so I Enduring Ideal, and I get to Cascade about it. But I also get coveted prize. I do not have a full party, but I will get to put a card into my hand. But we can't play spells after Epic, so whatever we get into our hand doesn't really matter. I guess I get another it doesn't, yeah. I guess I could get Boseiju. That has a channel ability. That is something I can... Nope, we only have the one Boseiju. Okay. I'm getting a land because I truly don't think it matters now that we have done the I get whatever I want. I go to my next upkeep. I get Dubscape to begin locking the board down. That's turn 6. I can't cast spells at this point. And I hope that Dubscape is enough to prevent people from murdering me. Next turn, I probably have to... I have to begin doing things to prevent people from hitting me. Because even if I'm staxing them out with the bird... I lose to birds killing me relatively soon. Shadow first to get Dubscape at... Oh, sure. Okay. So this all happened on turn 1. And now we have 2 upkeeps. We're still at the point of our next turn, and we still must stop these motherfuckers from killing us with 18,000 birds. I don't really like enhanced surveillance. We could Celestial Convergence to force the game to be a draw. So we rest in peace, and then if we get to... So we achieve a game lock, and we laugh haughtily. I think this is punishable by death in most US states. I guess what's falling flat for me... What's falling flat for me is if the point we are trying to drive home is fuck you, old cards actually are good. I think as soon as you play tutors, they're like, oh, of course we didn't mean those. If you play Rhystic Study, you go, of course we didn't mean those. And we can lock the game infinitely. Well, actually we can't, because creature spell, like one... Oh no, that makes me want to throw up. We've done all of this, and I'm pretty sure a lone Reclamation Sage just fucking hoses us. Not even Bane of Progress. I play Rec Sage targeting Web of Inertia, and I fucking die. And I'm fucking killed by bird shit. Right, we can start copying so that we can get a lot of upkeeps, so that we can get Subversion to try to gain life, but I don't think it changes that we've made a phenomenally bad combo to attempt to prove a point that I don't think is true. Like, I think that's the, like, this is the 100% a Minecraft creative mode deck. You've made it function, but if Enduring Ideal gets counterspelled, if the 7 mana sorcery gets counterspelled, we mostly give up on life. Like, we have a lot of stuff where if we are allowed to set this up, yes, we can achieve a game lock. But it's not powerful by any stretch of the imagination. It's, if you let me fuck around, you are going to find out, which is the bar that a lot of decks are allowed to work with. I guess the artistic point is lost on me. This seems like a YouTube short sort of combo, rather than something where we're trying to create a game experience. Well, yeah, you have a card in the deck, but you're not going to have Boseiju on the field every single... Like, I think we're getting lost in the, oh, but my deck can mechanically do this. And what I'm going after is decks that are this weak should be crafted in order to create a game experience. And the game experience, it seems like we are making, are I run around a room locking doors while also farting. Like, I mean, God forbid somebody plays Bane of Progress, which I barely want to bring that up because, again, the like 1-for-1 of, oh my god, what if somebody does this interaction piece to it, is so far afield of the point, which is that we are walking... We're doing like kind of the Jason Voorhees if Jason Voorhees was bad at fighting. We're creeping up extremely slowly behind people, but instead of a machete, we're gonna hit them with the fucking tickle monsters. So we could go back and forth all day on... we could go back and forth all day on mechanical things people can do to stop you, and things you have put in this deck to address those mechanical concerns. I am convinced you are a good deck builder. I am not convinced this is a reasonable deck to ever play. I like the narrative that this deck is telling me is better achieved by going, oh yeah, you think old cards are bad? What about Rhystic Study, fucko? And then you carry around a soundboard that hits the Vine Boom. I have the option to not go full lockdown and only bring the other enchantments one at a time. I understand that. Again, I think we are miscommunicating about what I'm questioning on the deck. What I am questioning is not your mechanical capabilities. What I'm questioning is, what type of game plan are we trying to drive forward? Because we're moving relatively slowly, right? This is not like a bracket 4 combo deck. I think this would fit. I think it's technically bracket 4 because we've flung in so many... Maybe we haven't used enough game changers to make it bracket 4. So I think it fits into bracket 3. But it is petulant in its creation, and it is ineffectual in its execution. Like, if our primary line... Just play Channel and say, oh, what, it's an old card, it's not good. True. Because, like, old cards are... There's 2 flavors of old card. There's completely broken and totally dog shit. And this deck is trying to use both to argue for the median. I agree with Nick on the... We're too preoccupied with whether or not we can do this, and we have not stopped and think about whether or not we should do this. spells and creatures, you mean? That is kind of true. All of the old creatures are like terminal dog shit, and all of the old spells are absolute gas. Because, like, Vile Consumption, this is a terrible card. If we copy it 8 million times, like, yeah, maybe we can achieve a board lock. If we death match, maybe we achieve a board lock. This does nothing. We could try to do some type of decking people combo. Let me think. I think the prevailing emotion is that it feels too casual for a deck that is primarily about bullying people. This is 100% a deck that is built to bully your pod, but it doesn't bully particularly effectively. Like, if we don't have turn 1 ramp and we only have 1 land, we can't really use this hand. We can use this hand. So we go boom, we go burgeoning. Or maybe we would go Botanical Sanctum to have control over putting our white pips into play. And then, like, on other people's turns, they play their land drops. Hey, we get all these in now. And so we are... Good fucking God. Screw it. This is getting Blooming Marsh. Screw it. We're color fixed. I no longer care. We get to Burgeoning. Most explosive start we could have had. We get to Cody. Next turn, we get to land drop. We pay into Cody. And we do the Slimefoot survey thing. This will, whatever tutor is like closest to the top of our deck is what we get. Profane tutor. We get Enduring Ideal. On our next turn, we cast Enduring Ideal, right? We don't have... The turn 4, we get the Sphinx. Or we get the Shadow, whatever. We get the Shadow of the Second Sun. We get Dubscape. Boom. Non-creature spells. Cooked. Nobody's gonna play Reclamation Sage, because fuck them. On turn 5, we establish our Web of Inertia and Rest in Peace lock. So it's now like... So like at this point, everybody should scoop. We've achieved you can't play... Or, God, I don't even know if they should. Because again, Bane of Progress, we just fucking give up on life. Or if they have any, like, activated ability. How do we win post-buy clock? The win is deterministic. The win is just, we have an enchantment in the deck that drains everybody for 1, and then we have Extravagant Replication that copies an enchantment on our upkeep. And so, the turn 6 is I get, like, it having a deterministic win is not... It having a deterministic win is not the problem. The vibe is the problem. I just don't... So after this, we get Extravagant Replication, and we get I can't remember the name of it. So we're gonna pretend it's this face down card, but pretend this face down card is an enchantment that says on your upkeep, everybody loses a life, and I gain a life. And then I copy that over and over, and maybe like 3 or 4 turns from now, I deterministically win from counting up to 40. It's just an awful lot of work for a thing that could have been achieved by yelling Rhystic Study Bazinga. I don't think it's unreasonable that it exists, but I will tell you, I try really hard to see the joy in the decks that we look at, and I feel straight up blind right now. So in terms of improvements, literally no improvements. I do believe this is the perfect execution of what this deck wants to be, but I think what this deck wants to be, or I should say, perfect execution of this as a commander deck. I think what this deck wants to be is a snarky PowerPoint more than an actual commander deck. For the original argument, we were excluding staples like Rhystic, which is like, so that's old cards are bad unless they're good. Like, I think this is I think this is an argument with your friends where your friends said such a dumb thing, and this is the comeback you thought of in the shower. And we should set it on fire. And yeah, Extravagant Replication is from New Capenna, and Cody's from 2021. Like, we're still holding the deck together with, and like, we cannot pretend that Cody is not central to the functionality of this deck. Cody is a massive, massive part of this deck's ability to convert into consistent tutoring. But this is a deck that has been crafted to win a circular argument. You can't sink to their level. Vax wrong. They're wrong. We all know that. Their argument is literally old cards are bad unless other than the strong ones. That's such a dumb thing to say. That's such a dumb thing to say. Like, their entire argument is like, oh yeah, if we don't account for all the broken, crazy, fucked up ones, old cards aren't very good. And this deck kind of proves that point. Like, this is not very good in the context of what Commander can do nowadays. If you play it into people who are unsuspecting, who are not ready for Jason Voorhees the Tickle Monster, yes, you can hit them with a game lock, but there exist like as many bike locks in this world as there are bikes. So that's wrong. But here's the way I can help you out. I can't help you out with improvements for this deck. What I can help you out with is, hey guys, I heard recently that you talked about the Storm Scale, and you were shit-talking some old cards, and I heard you excluded some staples like Rhystic Study as an example of, well, those don't count because they're good. And so if we exclude all of the old cards that are good, old cards are really bad, and you should just play recent stuff. I'm Jonathan Ted Maldhound, and that was a really fucking stupid thing you said. Plenty of old cards are good. In fact, they knew very little about the eventual game design, and so old cards are typically the most busted. Now don't make me come down there and beat you over the head with a laminated copy of Channel, you dumb sons of bitches. And Vax, that's all I can give you here. Thank you for the PSA. Perfect. That, like, you have done justice to this idea. This idea makes me want to throw up. Yeah, show them the Commander ban list, which is like almost all old cards. That's such a dumb thing they said. That's such a dumb thing they said. All of, like, Vampiric Tutor's so good. Imperial Seal, so good. Like, putting stuff into play is even a good effect. It's just that it costs a ton, and Epic locks you out of working with the game. But even this is like, if if the perfect thing happens, I have to spend 7 turns before I'm safe. I spend 7 turns before I'm safe, and then I drain you forever. And if you ever cast a creature spell that deals with enchantments, I explode. But Vax, please understand, you are vindicated. Proxy this deck, set it on fire, and throw the ashes in their face the next time they try to shit talk old cards. So, you're going straight to jail. Genuinely, perfect execution of this deck's idea. This deck's idea should not exist. We just have to Vine Boom your idiot friends. They're just wrong. But thank you very, very much for the submission, and I hope you can utilize that PSA to quash the world's roundest argument. And I will commend you, the deck is built well. It is a well-built, well-oiled machine for a terrible, terrible outcome. Like, this is like we had the chief engineer of Boeing build a machine that was trying to make a bridge out of human toenails. It is an absolutely cursed result, and you have pushed it to the limit, and you are technically in it to win it. And for that, I salute you. From here, that's going to be it for today, because we were still looking for somebody. Bean something? Ricky Bean, who I do not think showed up. I don't think you should adventure into Spell Shift. I think that is complicated and fragile, and I think how you have it is the best it should be. I want to be so clear, I recommend heavily against ever playing this. Please, God, do not. This is a thing you goldfish. This is not a thing you do around people. This is a buy yourself deck. Alright, we are going to raid out for the day. We'll be live again tomorrow, doing more of the same. So I hope to see you all there. Let's see who we're going to raid for the day. Any of the homies live. Oh, everyone's at fucking MagicCon Vegas, right? So people we know tend to not be live. All right. I did not see Elk's Blue Sky post. I think we're going to raid Jim Davis unless anybody else has any last minute suggestions. I didn't go to MagicCon because it was way too fucking warm, Rad. Going to Vegas when it was over 100 degrees every day sounds fucking awful. Wilson the Ball Hog, thank you for the 1,000 bits. That is incredibly generous, my friend. I appreciate you balling out on me there. We're going to hit Jim Davis. We're going to hit them with the Indestructible Justin rant if we are able to. I don't know their chat restrictions. So have a very good day. I hope to see you all tomorrow. And please remember to stay toxic. Oh, it looks like Jim Davis is watching Pro Tour shit. Oh, God. Well, we're going to raid anyway. Have a good night, everybody. YouTube, that will just be it for us.